go.
Invincible.
invincible. go.
Invincible.
invincible.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The battlefield has been set. The warriors have prepared themselves for this very moment, and days of intense action brings us all to brings us all down to this moment. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1. Well, this is the grand finals, the final day. And to be really honest, I woke up excited. Oliver, I'm pretty sure you're going to be excited for this one as well because last 2 days of the grand finals have been phenomenal. And today, all hell's going to break loose.
Definitely is the case. Hey, I went to sleep thinking about this and I woke up thinking about this, and I think we are going to be having an amazing day today because, hey, it is the final day, the day 3 of the final stage of this tournament. The teams have been putting up an amazing performance so far, and, all the top teams are almost tied at points right now. We have Sem9 at 120, then we have the second and third team at 105 points. So, the point gap between all these teams is so close that all of them are going to be battling it out for the prize pool for the positions on the podium. So it's probably going to be a really amazing day. We're going to be seeing how these teams battle it out for the top 3 spots and later on as well. And especially the teams on the other side of the ranking, we are going to be seeing how they battle it out as well to come back up on the top. With that being said, we now have the event roadmap. As you already know, we are already in the finals, in the final day of the finals, if that makes sense to y'all, because, well, it is the day 3 and it is the last day where these teams are going to be battling it out and they are going to be making it out to the end. Playoffs have already been done. We already saw that happen. We already saw some great performances coming in from the teams. We saw these guys qualify for the finals, and, well, we saw the finals play out as well, at least the 2 days of the finals, and now we're finally back in the day 3, and yeah, amazing stuff to be expected, honestly.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure everyone's kind of familiar with the format already and the calendar, of course. Well, we're down to the last day now. It is 25th of August, and it is the final day of the grand final. This is going to be an amazing day for sure. We have a lot to witness, a lot to figure out as well. Who's going to be the ones coming out on top? Who are the teams that are going to be making a comeback today? We will be talking about that in a moment, but we also need to understand what these teams are playing for. Of course, it is the bragging rights to be called the champions of the entire region. That is something big, but at the same time, we also have to take a look at the prize pool. Right, the champions, they will take away 90,000 rupees for themselves. Second place winner, they still get 50,000. Third place, you get 35,000. Fourth place, you get 25,000. Fifth place, 20,000. Sixth 15,000. Seventh, you get 10,000, and something for the something for the players in number 8 as well. That is 5,000 rupees. The MVP. No, now that is going to be a main concern. Who's going to be the MVP? 20,000 for himself and the fan favorite team. They'll be going away with something for themselves as well. It's going to be 30,000 rupees now. Fan favorite, I'm not really sure which team because I feel like there's a lot of teams with a lot of fans. But MVP, I think I might have some contenders there.
I mean, hey, we have a lot of teams that are contending for the MVP, sure, and it might as well be a team that's. I mean, it has. That because we already have prize pools for teams in the top 10. I'm not quite sure how this works, if these teams are going to be getting the MVP or not. I guess not. Because then what's... I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We're going to have to make a quick, prod call for that, maybe. But yeah, regardless, I have... It's exactly as Ed said. I have a lot of, a lot of teams in my eyes that are going to be, battling it out for the MVP spot as well. Then we have, of course, 30K for the fan favorite team. We saw, some teams qualify as fan favorite teams as well, and they ended up performing really, really well. I mean, both of those teams are currently in the top 8, and I mean, good stuff to be seen. And once again, if you do look at the prize pool, the top spot is 90K and the second is already at 50K. So I mean, a big gap there. So the teams are definitely going to be, wanting to end up at the top. Then we have of course, the point system of it's going to be the same as always. First, the chicken dinner is going to be getting a 10 point. Second is going to be getting 6. Third, 5. Fourth point. Fifth team is going to be getting 3, 6, 2, and 1 point for the 7th and 8th team. Then we have 0, and each team get a single elimination for a single point for an elimination. Teams playing, of course, the teams that qualified and the teams that are going to be battling it out today are going to be Talon, Secret, 52 Esports, Exosphere, Tribe Irmesi, Todak, Y Kings Team Flash, Vampire Esports, Alter Ego, RQ, FaZe Clan, Sem90, Xavier, Arena, Horror Esports, so many names, so much stuff to be seen today. Map rotation, the same as always. Rondo, Wrangle, Miramar played twice today. Starting off with Rondo, going on to Wrangle, and moving on to Miramar to end it out with. I mean, hey, once again, all these maps providing a really dynamic battlefield for all of these teams, and we see like a different kind of playstyle on every single map. So yeah, good stuff to be seen, and great good stuff to be expected as well.
We've seen a lot of different strategies coming in from different maps. So I think as you said, a lot of things to be expected for sure. But this is going to be the final time that we'll be witnessing these maps. Final 2 times actually, as a matter of fact, because we'll be witnessing Rondo twice, Erangel twice, Miramar twice as well, and ending on that biggest map to see who or which team is going to be the ones coming out on top and calling themselves the champions. I mean, right now, there are a few teams that are at the top, sitting comfortably, in that number 1, number 2 spot. They don't really have a lot to worry about, but the teams in the middle order, they are not very far away. They need to start having those insane games right now. These 6 games, they have to play out of their mind. These 6 games have to be the best games they've ever played, best PUBG Mobile games they've ever played in their career right now. That's how bad they need it to make it to the number 1, number 2 spot, because of the fact that Seb9 Torak, their positions and the number of points that they accumulate in day number 1, day number 2 is just ridiculous. That almost to the fact that the bottom teams, they almost don't have a chance.
I mean, yeah, considering the points that they have right now, they definitely seem like they don't have enough points to make it out on the top. So they can, I think, only really try for, I don't really know, maybe the fan favorite team, but we are not quite sure if that's going to be happening either or not. But regardless, we are now in Rondo, and the teams are going to be starting to drop, and the playing line seems pretty interesting. It's going to be right in the center of the map, almost in the center, and it's going to be going from the west to the east. And hey, the interesting thing about Rondo, as we already saw, as every single time as we saw it play out, is is the recall system. There are many recall spots all around the map, and all these teams definitely make use of that entirely. Just trying to getting 3 people from your team to fight it out, get the elimination points, and getting the one last guy to just recall if anyone really, dies out. But the problem is some teams are not usually able to do that. What really ends up happening is that all of them just get wiped out early on, and yeah, sometimes it's not a good sight to see. But regardless, we do see a lot of action happening. We do see a lot of eliminations come through, and kind of the same thing that we are expecting here today as well.
Well, let's see if the players match our expectations, if the teams match it, or if there's a situation. Once again, pretty basic flight path. You could say you could possibly go to anywhere. I mean, the long garden, little far away. Long hole also maybe a little too off right now. But apart from these two areas, I think everything else is pretty accessible for these players, and it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of strategies they're going to be building up. Drop clashes, we've seen that plenty of times, but it also is very nice to see that once again we are jumping in with 18 teams. Looks like one player is unavailable from one of these teams because we are only jumping in with 71. But regardless, I'm pretty sure they will be back anytime soon. And talking about the circle, pretty basic once again. Mungshan, there's the Long Garden, there's Jadina City in there as well. Test Track is there, and I believe Test Track is one of these, one of those hot spots where we did witness a lot of fights being, taking place pretty early into the game as well. So I hope these teams, maybe avoided this time around, but maybe not, because right now Alter Ego and Hora Esports, both of them are almost in, pretty close to each other. Could be even next to each other in a bit.
Yeah, seems like the case. The distance is pretty close from Hora and Alter Ego. As soon as they're done, looting and stuff, we should see an engagement come through, and Alwa is already closing up the distance quite a lot, and we might just see some gunshots being fired very, very soon. Badru and the others also trying to, grab onto some guns, and not quite sure if they are aware about each other, but they definitely should be. I mean, they did see each other drop nearby, so. There you go. We already do see a spray down incoming. Krypton is going to be tagged down quite a lot. Not enough to be knocked out just yet, though. That is some damage dealt at least. Nades are going to be thrown as well, but, well, Sky Hora already repositioned. I mean, it's gonna be the usual stuff that we always get to see early on in Rondos.
Yeah, basic, gameplay. For now, at least, things are just looking pretty calm, pretty systematic. But as I said, this fight was something that we were waiting for, and something that was bound to happen between Hora and Alter Egos. But on the other part of the map, the first blood is drawn to the side of Todak. They lose a player, and we were talking about the one team that came in with 3 players. It's Exospear with only 3 players dropping in. They are not having a good time as well on the overall. But Mehran right now could be the place where the initial I wouldn't say drop clash anymore, but yeah, an initial fight that could be taking place between Todak and Team Secret. On the other part of the map as well, towards Test Track, we have Hora. Now Alter Egos are actually engaging, they're advancing, but Todak are the ones losing players. They might get taken down here. Team Secret, they get themselves another, and Hora, they're dropping like flies as well on the other part of the map. Alter Egos, they're securing these fights, isolating the players and taking them one by one. Team Secret and the side of Alter Egos, both of them get their opening eliminations. On the other part of the map, Team Flash is doing the same.
Well, a lot of early eliminations to be seen, as we already did expect. And these teams are racking up those elimination points as much as they can. Team Secret up really close to Todak right now. And we have seen these guys battle it out, crash it out a lot, and we have seen these guys to be very good with it as well. Nan99 is going to be taking too much damage and is going to be knocked out. Somewhere on the map, we already do see RQ battling it out with AZ Slumber. And AZ Slumber, we have seen these guys get eliminated early on. And I mean, hey, the number of points that they have right now, they probably aren't really expecting to, end up at the top. And I don't even know if they're really gonna, push their limits, give it their all, because obviously 32 points in total. How much can you really do to get back into the game when teams like Sem9 RQ already are above the 100-point mark? I mean, you can definitely make a difference. Maybe, push it for the 7th or 8th position, but that would really be about it.
Alright, Esports, although they lost a player, they're now regrouping and trying to reposition themselves in a better place so that they don't really have to worry about these early engagements yet. Again, Team Secret, on the other hand, are now focusing on the side of Triberomacy, but Hora looks like they cannot disengage this fight. They're in a bit of a mix here. It's really, really low, Sky. Has to be really cautious. And the Vikings now coming out in the open. That was just unfortunate, and there's nothing that they can do. But once again, as we've talked about this, as you mentioned, the map with recall system. So there's going to be a lot of pretty early fights, but at the same time, the players will be coming back, hoping, hopefully not everyone goes down, because if all 4 goes down, then there's just no way that the players can actually go for that recall system anymore. You need to make sure that you have one there standing and make sure that not all of you go down there. But for now, those grenades are going to be really good, landing on top of the players on the side of Triberomacy. Team Secret, they lose Jaiki right now at the moment, on his knees, bleeding out. But Doc, he could go for that revival. Smokes are going to be deployed. Triberomacy also might lose a player here. Over on the other part of the map, taking down all 3 eagles. Finally, retaliation.
Well, a lot of damage to be seen across the map, and teams do seem like they're off to a good start, and they do seem like they are, really warmed up and want the most amount of action that they can get. Team Secret, 5 eliminations secured already, and good nade. A lot of damage dealt. Not quite enough for the elimination. Molly is going to be in the same spot. Delta already has booked it out of that spot. Should give him enough time to heal up at least. Triberomacy, 100-point mark. They have 1 elimination to themselves. Probably do need to get more. And, on the other sides of the map, we already saw more eliminations come through from the likes of Arena. Arena also having 4 in total right now, early on at the game. We are only, 9 minutes in, and an insane amount of eliminations to be seen. Triberomacy is an interesting spot right now, because they're kind of surrounding Team Secret at the moment. We do have 2 players at the top and 2 at the bottom of Team Secret, and Team Secret, they do seem to have dealt a lot of damage to Triberomacy, but Triberomacy still in a very good spot to continue the fight, continue the battle. And right now we have our eyes on Arena battling it out with FaZe Clan, PK49 shotgun out, but before he can do anything, Ren is going to be knocking him out with the nade. His teammates are there though, counter knocking Ren out. Should be good enough for the revive. Joker a little too far away to help his teammate out, but I think that's all EA is going to be doing here today, because Joker probably wants to get, the recall in before it goes out, and yeah, that's really it. But hey, I mean, 4 eliminations to be secured in total, not bad at all. Not a bad start for EA at all.
62 players, 18 teams still in the server right now. Sen9 with only 1 alive. Satria has to make sure that he gets into a safer position right now and, go for that recall immediately. Sen9, although they are at the top, you don't want to start off the day, especially the final day, with, being the first team eliminated pretty early. So that is something Sem9, I'm pretty sure it's going to be important for them to, have decent games, not great ones. You don't need to be, as dominating as you were on day number 1 and day number 2, but you also need to make sure that you're having that consistency. Right now, it is going to be RIQ taking down trying to take down the players on the side of 52 Esports. Esports going for that revival immediately. The split up is very good. M249 coming into play. Will take down one of the players and now put out the H12K. And the H12K, let's see how this one plays off. Jump might come in. RIQ, they're losing players. They have to be cautious. Puts out the shotgun yet again. Will he expect the second player? No, he does not. He will be traded out immediately. And RIQ, now I think they understand that someone has to leave the vicinity. Someone has to leave the area. Not all can go down there. RIQ, they will lose 3. But at the same time, they will have one more player immediately going for the recall, actually. Oh, that's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat. That's the kind of strat these teams are going for, trying to get as many eliminations as they can. But really nice for 52 Esports as well. I mean, being able to get those eliminations in. Yeah, very nice to see. And the way they coordinated there, the counter not come through and all that. Yeah, good stuff to be seen from these guys. Forcing RQ to, just go back to square one once again and that. Now, even though Tribe Ermesi was clashing it out with Team Secret, and Team Secret, despite still being in the vicinity, there's now also Todak, who has been one of the most consistent teams so far, and well, we are seeing a knock come out on Todak and a finish kill too, and okay, I think that's gonna be Todak's cue to just obviously there are already 2 teams battling it out in that area. Todak has no business being there. I mean, these guys have been the opportunists, but still. For now, I think they should take it a little slow. Because getting wiped out entirely is definitely not something they want. Good amount of points in their bag right now, and really do want to, keep on increasing them. Arena, who were dealt a lot of damage by FaZe Clan, are now back in the game once again. Joker being able to just call them back.
The recall system is going to be coming in clutch, especially pretty early into the game, of course. But as soon as that thing is gone, well, this is what happens. Team Secret are going to be your first team eliminated in the grand finals day number 3, and right now Arena trying to take down players on the side of Talon as well. Arena Rin is bleeding out, but Talon, they will lose a player, and well, he's gone forever now, at least on this map. Arena with 6 eliminations already, looking like the aggressive team that we know them of. And the Arena, the positioning that they have as well, they will have to make their way back into the circle, which is pretty far away if you ask me. But I think with the amount of vehicles there, they could actually possibly do it pretty easily. Sem9 gets eliminated. Okay, which means the race is on here, Oliver. I'm pretty sure now the teams in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, maybe even 7th, they're going to be trying their best to close out the difference, the gap between them and Sem9. That 120 is a big number. That's 15 points from 2nd and 3rd position. So now, perfect time for RIQ and Todak to maybe close out the distance and maybe even steal the number 1 spot from Sem9.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Hey, Sem9 now being out of this map, they definitely are, they are going to be ramping their things up, ramping their pace up. They already have 4 and 3 eliminations respectively, and yeah, they are going to be ramping stuff up for themselves, and definitely do look forward to the first spot, which obviously has the highest amount of prize pool on its name. EA, as you said, is a little far away from the zone, but, well, it's only the first stage, 3rd stage, but regardless, not going to be doing a lot of damage, so these guys should have enough time to work around with. Try and move on into the next circle. 52 Esports again, who were able to do a lot of damage. A few teams are now going to be taking a lot of gunfire for his number. Man D9 not in a good spot to be at all. He's going to be sprayed down quite a lot. Vehicle blowing up. He's going to be using that same vehicle for the cover, deploying smokes right and left, trying to make cover for himself. That's good enough. That's really good.
That definitely is going to be a risky situation.
To be in 99. Oh boy. But hey, I think he makes it out of there. The way he's, just manipulating the entire situation. Oh, that's a little out in the open. But yeah, just barely gonna make it. EA Esports on the other side are gonna be landing shots on Alter Ego. Yeah, good stuff to see so far. Look at this. Vampire Esports also clashing it out with FaZe Clan, but we are seeing a vehicle knockout come through onto Vampire Esports. Good stuff from FaZe Clan as well. On the other side, EA still getting damaged quite a lot. 52 Esports are gonna have to leave the map for now. Manzi survived for so long, but even though they were getting shot at from AZ Slumber, it's gonna be Hora who actually finishes the kill onto 52 Esports. A lot of fights to be seen everywhere on the map, and it's a good old classic rondo that these teams like to play early on. The first map, just getting their muscles relaxed, getting themselves warmed up, and ready for the upcoming 5 more maps that are to follow.
Yeah, you need the momentum. You need to make sure that you start off the day well. As you said, with the maps to follow, they will need that good luck, you might say. You need that confidence as well coming in. A lot is going to be, on the cards here for sure. Team Flash, they will have one player bleeding, but they will be able to probably revive him right now. And the smokes are going to be deployed. Vin just coming in for the other support there, coming in for the help on the other part of the map. I see Talon getting taken down, and well, it is the team that we've all been waiting for. It is the Xavier. Can today be the day they actually maybe come out on top? We have an instant replay coming in. Okay, it's gonna be AZ Slumber, is it? No, it's Paragin and his beautiful frag there coming there on top of the ridge, I believe that was. But yeah, so in the meanwhile, FaZe taking damage from multiple teams, and they might get taken off it. There's only one more player standing. Team Flash at the moment trying to take down the players on the side of Alter Ego will be able to knock one down. There's only one more player on his feet right now. Let's see if Alter Ego can actually retaliate here, because there's also Hora trying to maybe third party this fight. The play zone will be confirming those kills on to the players on the side of Talon. In the meanwhile, Team Flash, all they can do just now is watch the players inside of Vampire Esports just, fly by. They're really far away here, Talon and Xavier, and I believe Xavier are going to be losing players as well. But they're also fighting the squad of RIQ. Where is this fight happening anyway? We will be taking a look in a bit, but towards the factory, we have a cluster of 3 teams almost. Vampire, FaZe, and AZ Slumber here.
Well, AZ Slumber and FaZe even closer than Vampire is right now. Asmi trying to deal some damage to Canary. Just tucked up inside a corner really nicely and just waiting for Asmi to pull up nearby. That's a good molly. Should be hitting Canary. Does it not? It still doesn't somehow. Canary being a little lucky right now. He actually did take some damage from that molly, but didn't really budge from that spot. Are they even aware of him anymore? I mean, they do seem to be. They are firing every single angle. And there we go. He's finally been exposed, and that's going to be it for Canary. AZ Slumber are going to be taking down the entirety of FaZe Clan, I believe. Yeah, there we go. FaZe Clan also left the server now, and that's just going to be leaving the top 7 teams early on. 20 minutes into the game, we are at the top 7.
Of 7 teams, 23 players still surviving in the server. 20-minute mark just hit. Stage 5 circle coming into play. And Vampire, they want to take down the side of Diplomacy here.
Oh, look at the damage.
A lot of damage. Takes one down. Chips damage onto other 2 players. That grenade is also going to be good.
Look at that, more
damage. I mean, not enough, but it is.
Yeah, but it's damaging 2 people at the same time. That's the good thing about the and that is going to be keeping them at bay. So, try Diplomacy. Not a lot to work around with, but he's making the best of what he has. That is, well, just himself right now. I mean, hey, Delta is there, but kind of can't help him out, can he now? He's prone, but he's going to be spotted as well, and I think that's it. That's it for MIRAMAR. Vampire Esports just made quick work out of them, and that just leaves us with the top 6 teams, and right when they were done with MIRAMAR, they're also going to be taking their shots on Arena. Sorry, AZ Slumber, actually. Who are right at their south. Vampire Esports doing a lot of work here, also getting a lot of eliminations for themselves. We just saw 2 bus kills come through, and I believe another elimination too, maybe. And yeah, look at that. Right when they were, done shooting at AZ Slumber, they now see 2 more teams who are going to be Void and Vikings, and they are trying to deal some damage onto them as well. Zeta5 is going to be, tap fired from a really long distance. He doesn't even know where it's coming from, and I think that's a kill stolen, I believe. I'm not quite sure if he was able to get it or not, but regardless, a quick look at the settings for you guys there. Can I show you what we're running with,
Yeah, just in case you're imagining how everything's so smooth, well, those are the settings, I guess. Well, down to the top 5 teams now. Things are looking good for the side of Vampire and Team Flash. Both of these teams really strong, with 4 players still surviving. Down to the last 15 now. One has one on his knees, AZ Slumber also. So if AZ Slumber can manage to get that player back up, they'll have these 3 players surviving, and things could, look up for them. But now Team Flash, they will lose 1 as well. Will not be going down just yet. Team Vampire, they're out of the circle, so that thing could be an issue. Just them being outside the circle at the moment. One, the only 2 players together are going to be in a bit of a mix, as Vikings are trying to take them down, and well, guess what, Vampire are here, and they will just run over one of the players there on the side of Viking, and Void, Zeta, and Akaza are the only one standing right now. Red Bull good for 1, immediately traded out though, and he will be cleared off as well. Wait a second, did Vampire just get what? It's the play zone.
Unlucky. We've seen this happen. We've seen this happen before. These teams who were, able to get so many eliminations for themselves, but weren't really able to get themselves into safety. But hey, we're gonna hold on to that thought for a moment, because 2 teams, the last 2 teams alive, are gonna be battling it out. Team Flash and AZ Slumber at it right now. Vin is gonna be knocked out. Team Flash is taking damage. 2 more players alive to work around with. Actually, make it 3. Azmi's there too. But Team Flash now have to take down 3 to make a name for themselves in the first map, and they are trying to position themselves in order to achieve that. Azmi, a little separated from his team, definitely more than he would like to be, and he's going to be bombarded with nades in response for that. Make it seem like it's a mistake. Oh, what is that drop? Such a long range spray, and now he's taking on to Azmi, and he's... Well, both of them are trying to close on to the distance. The nades are there, the mollies are there. They're trying to get this one knocked, because if they do, the chances of them actually taking the chicken dinner in this map, in the very first map of today, are going to be really good. Azmi behind the cover of that. Oh, Tops is really close, but he's going to be using perfect use of that shotgun, getting that knockout, and also knocking out the last guy. And Will FL is going to be falling down, and I believe it is AZ Slumber who is going to be taking the very first chicken dinner to start the day off. Good. I mean, hey, not a very insane, game to be seen, but hey, this is how we expect these games to go. It's the first ever Rondo. We see these teams trying to just entirely go all, just relax themselves up, get their shoulders moving, and just start the day off with a good note, get the eliminations in, get those elimination points, not really play for the survival points, because that's kind of what we saw with a lot of teams here. Sem9, all the top teams didn't really end out in the top, but again, the problem is, even though it may be the first map, they still, I mean, hey, AZ Slumber just walked away with 10 points. And, I mean, I'm not really saying they were free points, but they still did. So that is going to be making a difference. So, once again, just keeping in mind that every single map, every single kill, everything counts. Everything that you do is going to be mattering. So, yeah, I mean, good for AZ Slumber.
Yeah, I mean, definitely good for them, AZ Slumber, getting those, crucial 10 points there. That is going to be important for them, especially with considering their position on the overall standings as well. It might not help them a lot because we kind of counted them out yesterday. So I kind of want to see how many elimination points they have, and if they can possibly keep up with the same kind of performance throughout the end of the day. Maybe they could actually make it to top 8, at least get a piece of that cake. But we will have to wait and see, of course. But it is going to be a slumber with the chicken dinner, so we will obviously be taking a look at the team of AZ Slumber to kind of see who got those, how many finishes and the damage being dealt, of course. And it is going to be, them with 11 elimination points, of course. That is beautiful to watch. And you can see Boysol, I mean, 1127 damage. That is insane. I believe that is Asmi.
I
I think.
guess.
Oh no, is it? No,
It's
I think so. I
Boysol.
think so. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, but I think his
I
Indian
mean,
name is like different or something. I mean,
oh,
I don't recall seeing Boysel there.
well, I don't either. Now that you say it, might just be Azmi.
Yeah,
But hey, yeah,
probably.
whoever it is, almost 1200 damage. Really good number to be seen. 5 eliminations in total. A lot of work done for his team there. And the match MVP, though, is going to be one from Vampire Esports, who actually ended up getting 6 eliminations and 552 damage in total dealt. 4 knockouts. Good numbers to be seen. We saw Vampire Esports, doing really well all around. They were like shooting at 3 different teams at the same time and also dealing damage and also getting the eliminations out from all of them. And but unfortunately, as Edge mentioned it, they also disappeared into thin air before we even knew it. So we don't really know what happened with them. We don't really know how they, got entirely wiped out in an instant. Oh, it was a play zone. It was a play zone. Oh, I'm stupid. But yeah, really unlucky. They weren't shot at from anyone. It was a play zone that took them down. So unlucky for these guys. But yeah, really good numbers to be seen from all of these players. I mean, if you look at it, 800 damage, 600 damage, almost 1200 for Azmi, as we were saying, and 500 for Red Bull. So good stuff to be seen for now.
Great start, for the side of AZ, of course, but also good game for the side of Vampire and Team Flash. Team Flash, they were going ham. Vampire, I think were my favorites at one point, but unfortunately, the play zone just coming in. I think that was a very bad decision to just go in with those vehicles into that area where there were already 2 teams fighting off against each other. That was just kind of a bad move. But once again, you win some, you learn some. This is one of those learning games for the side of Vampire. They could have had better game, but they will still be, they will suffice with whatever they have right now. And moving on, we will obviously be going to see what are going to be the match rankings, because I kind of am looking forward to see how good, what kind of a jump did AZ Slumber make, Vampire and also Team Flash, especially considering the fact that Sem 9 were admitted pretty early. And well, teams to watch it is going to be Team Flash, of course, with 11 eliminations. And look at those grenades used, like smoke grenade, HEs, and incendiary. That is ridiculous numbers. AZ Slumber, the team with the chicken dinner, 11 eliminations, 9 eliminations for E-Arena. Pretty good numbers. And Tribal, I mean, come on. This has been a team to watch since day number 1. They've been, they've always been on those, one of those teams who actually get those elimination points regardless of what their position points are.
Yep. I mean, hey, they're kind of always one of those teams, right? But just going over all of these teams, Team Flash, AZ Slumber, EA, Tribal, all because we saw these guys, doing a lot of work here and there, and they definitely do kind of deserve to be in that spot. But yeah, match summary: 13k healing done is the first thing I see, obviously, and it's. I mean, sure, that may seem like a big number, but it's kind of what we're used to at this point, especially in rondos, because obviously the recon system just keeps dropping those players back into the battlefield, and they just start shooting at each other again and again and again, and obviously they have to heal up too. So yeah, pretty usual healing there. 1 vehicle elimination also to be seen. We saw a vehicle knockout too, so yeah, that was interesting to be seen. Grenade eliminations 9, a really good number. The longest elimination was coming in at almost 400. Match ranking of the first map that we just witnessed is going to be AZ Slumber coming out at the top with 11 eliminations and 21 points in total to walk away with. Team Flash is going to be walking away with 17 points in total. Second spot, 6 survival points, 11 elimination points. Vampire Esports, 8 elimination points in total, 4 for survival. Good number to be seen for these guys too. Voin, a name that we haven't really seen so far in the top, the top bracket, is also going to be seen walking away with 10. EA 9, MVKE is going to be at 8. Phase 7, AST also 7. 6 and 6 points for Alter Ego and RQ. Horror is going to be walking away with 5, but really, once again, not a good phase for teams like Team Secret, Xavier, 52. I mean, 52 was doing really well. These guys were able to get the eliminations, but the problem is they weren't really able to survive until the very end. Whatever the reason was, these guys were executed pretty early on. And once again, talking about Xavier, they haven't really been able to put up a performance that we have been expecting from them so far. So kind of a disappointing run once again. But hey, 5 more maps still to go. I don't really know if they're still trying or not, but they still do have, some points to work around with. So they might just be able to, get themselves up to the 7th or 8th spot in the overall rankings. And obviously after this, we are going to be seeing how these match rankings are going to be affecting the overall rankings, because, well, Todak wasn't really able to walk away with a lot of points. Sem9 neither. I mean, 4 points and 1 point only for Sem9. So it's as we said in between the game, right? The race is on now, and all of these teams, all the teams that are the potential contenders for the first spot, are probably just ramping up their pace. Along with the survival points that they need, they are going to be, focusing on those eliminations, focusing on getting those kills wherever they can, however they can, to get into the top and, bag as much prize pool as they can for themselves.
Definitely. I mean, it's not over until it's over. We're done with 13 matches. We still have 5 more left in the grand finals, and 5 games is a lot. So is it Slumber? Still a good chance. Still a pretty decent chance. I mean, if you look at it, if AZ Slumber can manage to get 20 plus points for the rest of the match, for the rest of the day, and Sem9 can only get 1 point, from here on forward every map, I mean, AZ Slumber can actually take down Sem9. I mean, if my math is not wrong. But anyway, that is a very hypothetical situation, of course. We're talking about the overall ranking. It's going to be Sem9 still at the top with 121 points. Flash now closing in on that first spot with no chicken dinners whatsoever, 112 and 83 total eliminations. RIQ with 111, Torak 109, 107 for Triberomacy, Vampire Esports on 92, Horror Esports on 90, 88 for Team Secret, Alter Ego on 87. There's a really good chance that even for the side of Alter Ego as well, to maybe secure the #1 spot after this next map up, because the difference is not that big. It's under 40 points, and #1 to #9, any team can make it to #1 right now, considering the way that these teams are playing. Everyone, Team Secret, Alter Ego, Aura, Vampire, but it's all about the second page of the Aura ranking. That is what I'm more interested in.
Yeah, definitely is the case, and this is the second page of the overall rankings. As you can see, 77 points for Talon Esports, Xavier totaling around almost 77, 68. Not bad, not bad at all. I mean, hey, they can still climb up. They can still climb up into the 7th or 8th or even higher. Honestly, they can go up quite a lot from here, because obviously the point distribution in every single map is the way that, I mean, if one team is getting that many points, when we see like the top, after a game, when we get to see the teams to watch, and we're seeing that, top 4 teams were able to, eliminate all of the rest of the teams, it just, gives you a picture that nobody else was really able to get as many points. So, the number of points to be gained in total in a single map just goes towards a set number of teams, right? So Xavier, if they do still put up, a really, I don't know, formidable performance, I would say, because it is going to have to be that. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. They can still make it back up to the top, because, I mean, hey, I'm sure the kind of the performance that they were able to give us, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people, kind of just rooting for these guys, or kind of just expecting better things. And honestly, it's the same case for me and Edge here. We just really want them to see climb up back to the top. And yeah, this is really it. This is the final 5 maps that they're going to be getting the opportunity to do it. And once we're, I mean, now that we're done with Rondo and AZ Slumber has gotten their first chicken dinner on this game, we are going to be moving on to ERANGEL. We're going to be seeing which team actually walks away with the chicken dinner of this one. And yeah, this is just really, exciting stuff to be seen, because once again, we are seeing a diversity in which teams are actually taking the chicken dinner for themselves. This time around, we are starting off with AZ Slumber. I mean, we did see these guys win 2 chicken dinners back to back. I mean, no, it wasn't back to back, I believe. It was, at least, they did get 2 chicken dinners in a day. That's what I remember. But we didn't really see them in the finals so far. But yeah, here they are. They're back in the game, and it's good to see. It's good to see. It's always a diversity, and it's really not. I mean, hey, the way I'm used to seeing, kind of, it's always the fact that there's always, a set number of teams always putting up a really dominant performance throughout a series, throughout a tournament, and that's kind of how it goes. But the teams that we are working around with this time around is just a really different picture. It's always one team or another, or like out of all of these 18 teams that are here, it's always a new team. It's always a different team that is coming out on the top. So it's a really nice, it's a really nice sight to see. It's good stuff, honestly.
Definitely is. Definitely is. It's something good to see, and also something good is going to be the flight path that we have on our screens right now. I like this. Starting off at Lipovka, ending on that military base. So this is looking good. This is looking good. This probably just cuts off, a lot of those. It cuts off a lot of those areas at the top of the map, like towards the northern area, even mostly towards the west as well. Like even if you want to go towards hospital, even Primort, you're probably going to be having to do a bit of a hike there. It's not going to be an easy journey. And Pochinki, once again, we've seen it's 1-2 teams just drop in there. We don't really have a lot of these drop clashes happening on the map of ERANGEL. We usually expect that to happen, but these teams, they kind of try to avoid it as much as possible at the moment. We are down to the last 5 maps, ladies and gentlemen. This is PUBG Mobile Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1 Grand Finals final day, and we're already at map 2 out of 6. Map 1, well, AZ Slumber got it. Can they climb up harder? There's only one way to find out, and that is just to wait. There are other teams as well that, I'm pretty sure are going to be waiting to see, how things turn out here for the top teams. Because the teams at the bottom, they not only have to perform good, they also have to make sure that the teams at the top do not perform well. And sometimes they have to make sure, sometimes all they can do is pray. They can't really do anything. And the circle is really good. It's almost 50% water.
Yeah, there you go at it again. You're seeing a little bit of water in the circle, and you're like excited like a kid again. But, I mean, hey, I'm not really saying I'm not either, because of course you always are excited. You have to be excited about these stuff. Hey, come on. The best thing about it, I mean, hey, it's I still remember exactly what you were talking about. It's like the entire different approach. It's an entirely different approach to the game when the safe zone is in the water, and the way you have to play around it is just really it's just being able to secure positions early on and being able to get into favorable spots when there's water around is it's really the part of the game when there are circles around water. So yeah, we are going to see if they actually end up being close to water or not. But right now, as we were talking about Xavier, Vikings are already really close. Oh, time. What are you doing? What are you doing? There's a guy right next to you. What are you doing? Why are you focusing on the ones inside the house? Oh my god. Could have gotten this. Okay. Vikings just walking to their deaths there. And by the way, no recalls this time around. So that's it for Vikings, I guess. Only one guy left, and he's going to be playing it out for simply just eliminations or just survival points.
Not a great start. Especially if you're a fan of Viking. This is going to be heartbreaking for you. It's only E-break now. Break, actually. MVK is the tag. It's just break and heartbreaking for the side. Well, we will be waiting to see. Oh, looks like we don't have the overall standings anymore on the side. I like this. I like this from the production. Building that anticipation, not giving us an idea of the changes that are happening on the overall scoreboard, but we will be witnessing, the changes in the current map, of course. The Xavier right now at the top with 3 eliminations already, 52 with 2 Team Flash with 1, Triberomacy and Sem9 start off with 1. There are a lot of teams that have taken a bit of damage already pretty early, but let's see how things go. Moving on further, because it's only 4 minutes into the game, and we already see more than 4 eliminations, which is kind of new.
Well, Horror, Team Flash, up close to each other. Nothing too crazy going on over here. Sky's gonna be taking some damage, and we are seeing. Never mind, things just kind of ramped up here, because we have a knockout coming through on Horror and. Oh. Okay, buddy. Relax. It's okay. A little bit of more bullets than necessary. On the other side, Triberomacy once again going out. But why is it Canary every single time? Why does it have to be him? Poor guy, bro. He's still holding on to his own. He is gonna be able to get a knockout on these, but there's like 2 more guys to deal with. Why is this poor guy always in a pinch? It's kind of just made me feel bad to see his name again going up against the exact same team who's gonna be Triberomacy.
This is just, I mean, sometimes it's just some things it is, and that's like, that is what it is. I really think, like, for now, Team Fast, they're going to be happiest. Little celebratory shots being fired there, and Canary, what can you do in this situation? Does not have a lot to work with either. The grenade, oh, the wall barely just saved him. 1v4 situation. I don't think there's a lot that can be done here. Incendiary is being thrown. The M4 coming in as well. Does he just decide to give up? I mean, I don't think anyone's even nearby here.
Oh, good stuff from this guy. Always the last one alive, but hey, he's doing God's work out here for FaZe Clan. Is gonna be able to knock out 2. 1 more to go. 2 more to go, actually. Delta really low HP. The shotgun going strong, but not too strong enough for the UMP. Triberomacy barely making it up against this guy. Oh, boy. Good performance. Good try there. Good attempt, definitely. Canary. Good stuff to be seen for sure. Question is, why is PK-49 that far away, though? Maybe just Canada. I mean, hey, maybe they were just looting around and didn't really expect Triberomacy to show up out of the blue like that. But right now, look at this edge. We have Triberomacy. Even though they just took down one of the members from FaZe Clan, they now have to greet Alter Ego, who do know that there was a fight going on nearby, and they are definitely seeming like very interested. And who exactly was it? And Gyante is going to be firing a few shots.
Triberomacy with only 2 players surviving right now. This could be troublesome for them moving on later parts into the game, of course. Alter Egos. Just 1 player is going in for that scout right now, trying to give any sort of information to the team. Maybe just try to be the distraction while the entirety of their squad take down the side of Triberomacy. The man advantage is clearly in their favor. Delta and Gante, the only one standing. Also, the circle is going to be coming in, closing in. Of course, right now it's just above 2 minutes. So all these teams that are really far away, and I'm talking about Secret, Arena, Vikings, AZ Slumber, Vampires, almost in the circle. But apart from that, everyone else, they need to make their way back into the circle, and they're pretty far as well. So they have to be careful, because now the circle shift is going to be important. I don't really know where it's going to be coming in. Is it going to be coming in towards the southern island, towards the military base? Or is it going to be sticking to the main island? Because if it goes to the military base, then, ooh, boy, this is going to be interesting.
Definitely seems to be the case. Kind of waiting on the UI to readjust itself so we can kind of see which teams are now striving and which are not. But right now we do have our eyes onto Vampire Esports and decisive right now. Nate TI is going to be cooking an 8 in his hands, and only about time before he lets it go. No damage to be seen, and I guess Vampire Esports is going to be too much for him to handle. Maybe not, maybe yes. We never know, but hey, one guy already knocked out on Vampire Esports. Only 2 players to work around with. Nades are going to be thrown, smokes are going to be thrown. Trying to make the best out of the situation off of these Xavier, but we know how deadly these guys are when they want to be. Lamborghini is going to be circling around in his Lambo, and there you go, trying for a vehicle knockout, trying for a vehicle elimination. There is going to be getting off, out in the cover of the smoke. Vampire Esports not looking good at all, only one guy left, and well, that's going to be not for long, because 52 Esports is going to be tagging in, dealing the final damage, and it's going to be taking out Vampire Esports, and it's now Xavier and 52 Esports alive and striving.
Great start. Unfortunate for Esports, Vampire, both of them get taken off right now. Esports, one player down. The zone is going to be closing in 15 seconds, so the stage 2 circle will be coming into play. I can't wait to see where the shift is going to be. If it's going to be towards the south, even if it's towards the east, towards the power, Delta power, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch, and well, it's not the case. There's still a bit of water, but it looks like it is going in towards that main island regardless. It's still going to go towards farm and milk. Shelter is still there, but yeah, apart from that, nothing really interesting going on in terms of the circle coming in. Sem9 making their way back into the zone right now. EA is really far away. Aegis Slumber will be coming in as well. EA, I think, has to be the one with a better rotation there, because they'll be coming in from towards the Chinky and the Potato Hill. There's nothing really, to worry about for the side of EA, but Sem9, they're going to be, watched by the players on the side of 52 Esports right now. They're not going to be, taking this fight, but they will be understanding that one squad have just entered the main island from the military base.
I mean, yeah, they have to make the voyage now, because if they don't, it's going to be a little harder later on. But right now we have our eyes on Sem9, the top team. The team with the most amount of points. I believe they're still holding on to their position, because the other teams, the top 2 and the top 3 teams were knocked out early. That looks good. That's a nice monster truck. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but it just, catches my eye every single time. And that was an especially nice skin, but hey. FaZe Clan, PK49, I believe he's the last guy remaining after Canary was down. Yep, that is the case right now. Not a lot of hope. We're slowly getting the logos back. Oh, the logos were always there. It's only the team names that are messed up. We're probably getting, we're probably, all hands on deck trying to fix that. But before that happens, we're still gonna, focus up back in the game, because M9 closing up the distance between themselves and 52 Esports right now. Kidobu is gonna be the one inside the house. Yumiko outside circling. This is deadly for Kidobu right now. This is like he must be, shiver me timbers type of stuff. And yeah, exactly. It's like when Sem9 decides to, take you out this strategically, this methodically, you really cannot do much about it. And that's going to be, well, another kill Sem9 are going to be able to secure from themselves. I believe being the top team should be the one with the highest eliminations. I'm not sure. Where's Sem9? 3 eliminations in total right now.
13-minute mark now. 49 players, 15 teams still in the server. Xavier, this is going to be an important game for them right now, leading the charts in terms of number of eliminations in this particular map. But this is not enough. They need more. They need a lot more, and combine that with position points as well. This can't be, something they should be happy with. This can't be something they can be happy with. The grenade knock. If they actually connect that grenade onto Manzi, he's gonna get taken down, because the zone is gonna be coming in, but the grenade is not doing any damage, any sort of damage, as a matter of fact. This is the stage 2 circle. Yes, not a lot of damage, but still damage regardless. And on the other part of the map, looks like Team Secret, they're in a bit of a risky position as Doc. He does manage to take down a couple, but I think Team Seeker are going to be eliminated now in position number 15 with only one elimination point. That is just unfortunate.
Oh boy, Manzi. Taken down on a bus kill by decisive there, and 32 Esports, with that being said, is going to be eliminated once again. Manzi was, again, the last guy to be taken down from 52 Esports, just like the last map, and 14-minute mark has been hit, and we are in the top 13 teams right now. A lot of damage dealt here and there to all the teams, and once again, this time around, of course, much more passive approach to the game. PK49 dealing damage to RRQ despite being the only guy alive on his team right now. Is going to be able to take down one and also finish the kill. Well, that is one elimination point for sure. But where's the rest of RRQ is the question. And they definitely don't seem like they're nearby. Even if they are, there's Team Flash here. So PK49 can definitely make a lot more out of the situation. I mean, we definitely do hope that he doesn't bite more than he can chew, but can be done, you know. Just wait for the time before Team Flash battle it out, and might just get something to see. But yeah, we are seeing teams being eliminated one after another. I guess Vampire Esports is gone, and along with a few others. But yeah, a good number of eliminations to be seen. Yeah, pretty early.
True.
I mean, hey, we've seen these guys at least survive into the top 8, but this time around that seems like not to be the case. The most amount of elimination so far is going to be, of course, decisive, and not quite sure which the other team is, but hey, we are seeing a number of 6 eliminations, which is going to be the highest for any team. Oh, that's Team Flash.
I mean, now the circle going towards that eastern side yet again. You know, Milta and Shelter are going to be the only things in that circle right now. So teams like the Xavier, I believe there's one really far away as well. Talon really far off. Easy Slumber just making their way back in, and Pochinki, that's where the Xavier is in right now. But I don't really know how they will make it back without taking any damage or without engaging in any conflicts here. But right now it's Talon and Wine. Only one of these teams I think is probably going to be making their way back in, and it does not look like it's going to be Wine, because they do have to cross this bridge. And I mean, all that Talon has to do right now is hold their angles for a minute or two, because after a minute the circle will start closing in, and since it's a stationary circle, it will deal enough damage to cause some sort of disruption for sure. 7-9 making their long rotation. They're outside the zone as well towards Cool. They're taking a bit of damage, but Lamborghini, I think he must have heard. He is scouting that area at the moment. Talent, Wine. Who's going to be the one going, who's going to be the one taking that step first towards safety?
I mean, hey, we have seen Wine cross a bridge, and as far as my memory serves, it didn't quite go well for these guys the last time. They were met with Sem9, I believe, and Sem9 did make quick work out of these guys. But I believe, as far as I remember, that was simply because they were not cautious enough, and this time around, it definitely doesn't seem like the case. They are very cautious of what's happening. And in the meantime, Exosphere is also going to be leaving the server. Not a good performance coming in from Exosphere as well. They haven't really been able to do much. Isn't that a... Yeah, he's going to die. He's going to die if he jumps off that. But what can he really do in a situation like that? Getting knocked on top of the bridge. Can't really do much. He'd be able to get a revive in here, right behind the cover of this bar. But this is the perfect opportunity for Voin to actually, keep on pressing and out of the situation. But there we go. Talent, another player for the backup here, and it's going to be Naxel. Let's bring some down. Yoru Johan back on his feet, also is able to heal himself back up. So Voin once again locked out. Talent, they are. I mean, hey, they are being dealt damage right now. But the thing is, they are steadfast. They are not letting Voin cross, no matter what happens. Naxel has really good eyes on one of them. Is going to be able to deal enough damage to get the knock, but once again, they should be able to get their revive in. But the problem is, Naxel is also going to be keeping on pushing. The nade is being cooked. He knows exactly where Cause of 5 is. The zone is also there now, and Naxel, that's not stopping him at all. That's not phasing him at all. Keeps on pushing. But how much will they? Because they don't really need to. All they really need to do is hold the bridge. There we go. Potato 5 also deciding to join the battle. Naxel now aware of him. Is cooking another nade. His is going to be faster. It's going to be there before Potato 5's lands. Shotgun's out. He's pushing more and more. Good enough damage dealt. Only need one more shot to land. And there we go. Knockouts are being secured. Kills are being secured. Naxel making a huge difference for his team right now.
Johan also joins the party and takes one more down. Now it's Boyne. Down to the last two surviving players, I believe. This is not looking good for them whatsoever. Actually, it's just one. Zeta is the only one standing, and Johan, he's going to get taken down to the play zone, unfortunately. They already lost the comb, and Axop is trying to maybe confirm this kill before he goes back to safety. The zone will be dealing a bit of damage, but he does not have a lot of time to work with either, because he needs to make sure that he makes his way back before the fourth circle starts closing as well, because that's going to be dealing a lot more damage, and they also will be a little further away from that circle right now. But where are the other teams? They're in the zone already. Everyone except Xavier. They're not going to be in a lot of trouble right now. All three goes taking this fight towards Kodak. They should be careful here because there are a lot of other teams coming into this area as well. There's FaZe. I see AZ Slumber. There's a lot of grenades being thrown as well. Shotguns. DBS is the name of the game right now, because I've seen a lot of teams be really good at this. And, those range, they're kind of as good as S12K, if you ask me, if not better. But for now, Moana jumps back into the building. We'll be trying to take down the players on the side of Torak. He actually gets taken down. It all comes down to Badru, the only one standing on the side of all three. He goes, not anymore. Torak, they clear them off. They eliminate the entirety of the squad. And now, with only two players standing, Dane actually gets both those. And the arena, they were in the... They come into the circle, they come into the zone, and immediately gets taken down by the side of Kodak right now. But can they capitalize on this? Can they get more? It's still a man advantage for the side of the arena. If you ask me, Cleon, he has to be careful here with the weapon. He's running against Kodak. Beautiful finishes though.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
The incinerate. They're playing it so well,
somehow...
these two players.
Oh my god, what is happening over here, Edge? Look at the amount of teams that are just in these buildings. This is insane. Now it's Team Flash up against Todak, and Todak once again being dealt a lot of damage by these guys. Not quite sure if they're going to be able to survive or even make it out of the situation, because Nan99 is just taken down, and Team Flash now keeps on moving forward. Xavier also joining the battle. And it's going to be a lot of teams. RQ also in the vicinity up against Sem9. Grenades are being thrown. Woin now is at 5, the only surviving member, I believe, coming here from Woin, is going to be eliminated. Forcing Woin to also leave the server. Oh my god, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams in the same area. So close to each other. This is going to be absolute chaos. You really cannot predict what is going to be the outcome of this entire situation. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it is the top 8 teams. It is the 5th stage of the game, and obviously, it's kind of unlucky that it ended up being here, but also really lucky because, well, we get to see more chaos, and it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice, but...
True. I mean, there are a lot of compounds, a lot of buildings to, take cover in, especially in this Milta region. And that is exactly, what the teams are going to be taking advantage of. You need to have a lot of utilities to work with to maybe lure your opponents out in the open so you can take those weapons and put it to good use, of course. That is going to be the case. Let's see how things go on. But for now, it is going to be every team for themselves. Every team trying to capitalize and come out on top with 8 teams and 23 players still in the server. As you said, Stage 5 circle will be coming into play as well, and probably everyone's already in the circle almost pretty much. Triberum, Xavier, Sem9, the only ones anywhere further away. One player on the side of AZ Slumber as well, but RIQ, they're looking good as well. Right now, Team Flash with already 10 eliminations going into this match. Xavier with 8. These two teams are looking really good and could be the favorites coming out on top here with only 2 teams having 4 players alive. One of them is Flash, and the other one, well, guess what? It is Sem9, the table toppers. They still have 4 players standing with 3 eliminations already into this one. Things are looking really good, and once again, they're going for the strategy that survive for as long as you want, long as you can. And survive with as many as you can. And sometimes that is the best strategy. And well, they've been putting it to good use. Looks like they might be getting the chicken dinner at the end.
They might as well. They might as well. But right now, the entirety of Milka crowded right now. Prime MIRAMAR once again taking damage from, well, decisive, making quick work out of these guys. Aren't going to be making them leave the server. With that being said, Tribe MIRAMAR is now out, and decisive still looking pretty strong. Did get a knockout, but should be able to get him back on his feet and, well, get their numbers back to 3. The zone is closing now. The damage is not too much, but it's still something, and they're going to be sprayed down as well. On the other side here, the teams have kind of, you know, they are taking fights here. Team Flash was the one spraying down decisive, but the teams have considerably slowed down. They're trying to take their positions. They're trying to, you know, just calm down for now. But AZ Slumber, is he aware? Is he aware? He's in a building with an enemy. And it's PK49. He's not making a single step there. Playing it out really, really patiently. Look at this. What an amazing situation to be in right now. Sem9 coming in from the flank. AZ Slumber going on in. RQ already inside the circle. Followed up by Talon. Team Flash, who've already been so deadly, are continuing to, you know, continue their dominance. And yeah, there you go. There you go. They're going to be taking a go at it at RQ. And more damage is being dealt, but RQ being able to hold down to their position so well are going to be able to knock 2 out of Talon, and that's all that Talon can really do right now. RQ not looking too good too. Lapar's the only one alive. 2 knocks. Has to get them back on his feet because Sem9 is up really close already, and Boostlayer is going to be there to help his teammate, or well, the teammate is gone, but Boostlayer definitely wants a piece of it before that can happen. The nade is going to be too strong, and it's going to be taking out RQ entirely. 5 top teams left now, and well, the situation continues.
Alright, Hugh now. They are safe at the moment with the smokes being deployed, but AZ Slumber, I don't know if that's a wise decision to actually go for that fight. They wanted to maybe cross the street there, using those smokes as cover. They're going to be caught by the side of 7-9 right now. Talon with only 1 player standing. AZ with only 1 as well. This is not looking good for them whatsoever. Team Flash and AZ are going to be the ones going against each other right now. It's going to be one of those teams coming out on top, and it's definitely not going to be AZ Slumber. Not going to be a back-to-back leader for them. It's going to be Flash coming out on top between these 2 teams. Talon with 1 phase, with 179 with the man advantage clearly right now. But Team Flash, they will actually have that player back on their feet as well. There's going to be 4v4 for them, but FaZe and Talon with only 1 man is potentially going to be the last circle, or maybe 1 more circle after this, because they are still inside, inside the circle here, the side of 7-9 and Flash at the same time. So things are looking like, we could be dragging down to stage 8 circle, but for now, Team FaZe and Talon, they have to be really, really cautious and just wait it out, because the sides of Team 7-9 and Flash, they're going to be going against each other. I think they have an idea where Talon could be. Maybe, maybe not. But right now, 7-9, their entire focus is on the side of Team Flash.
Definitely is the case. Top 4 teams left now. Good positions to be in for all of these guys. FaZe, only 1 guy alive. PK49, he's been alive for quite a long time now. But the problem is, with only 4 teams alive now, he does have to give information out. No matter what he does, he has to make something happen. And with that being said, Win is going to be in a really favorable spot to spray him down and also take him out right at the very instant. 7-9 and Team Flash, top 2 teams alive now. 2 knocked out on 7-9, but a lot of time to work around with. And Satria is going to be taking a really, really confident position here. Because, I mean, hey, Team Flash, the way that they play, we always kind of see the flags come through. But look at that. He's going to be spraying wind down. So much damage dealt. Almost a knockout there. Satria seeming really, really confident. And a follow-up nade as well. Isn't exactly going to be dealing any damage, but it's good. It's good. It's keeping Team Flash on its bay, and look at Bose, though. Look at Bose, Edge. He's surprisingly close, and he's probably waiting for the opportunity to strike. And as soon as that opportunity shows, he's going to start moving. But right now, the only thing moving is the circle. And it's going to be forcing Team Flash a little bit further ahead. Sem9 as well, though. Bose. Finger on the trigger, but the discipline is there. He's not firing it just yet. No information to be given out just yet. He managed to get into that spot, and Sem9, I'm not quite sure if they're aware of it. They should be, though. They very much should be, but he's taking full advantage of that ridge.
Or is he good? 8 eliminations as well.
Yeah.
That is good. The grenades are going to be dealing a lot of damage. Team Flash in a bit of a troublesome position here. They might get taken down here. 7-9 with the man advantage could potentially be coming out on top yet again. I mean, the knocks are going to be converted to finishes. There you go. Immediately, there's just one player standing, I believe, on the side of Team Flash right now. The other one's on his knees in the smoke with the DBS. Can he connect it? All comes down to Bose. Is it Bose? He's actually tops in a 1v2 situation. The smoke is going to be dissipating now. He's going to be cooking up a grenade couple. As a matter of fact, he will be throwing one. Ooh,
Oh no, Tops. Actually,
1v1 now.
1v1. Amazon. Can he make it? I mean, hey, that's the reason they fell back, and now. Oh, so much damage! Del Top's gonna be getting for his team. Oh no,
that was beautiful.
7-9. They were doing really well, but just, oh my god, Top's able to convert it. I mean, hey, you instantly saw how 7-9. When they were able to take down Bose, they were able to, put so much pressure on Team Flash there, and right when their numbers started dwindling, we saw like 2 players go down on 7-9 side, and it was like only 1 guy left, and they called him back. They were like, no, come back, this is wrong. It's like, it's already a 1v2, and we can't afford it to be a 1v1, and Tops was able to convert it into a 1v1 with that nade, and also managed to win it by the end, and amazing play. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to happen, honestly, but maybe in the back of my head I kind of was, because, I mean, that's obviously what these guys are being careful of, but yeah, they just ended up achieving what 7-9 was exactly careful of, and that just throws 7-9 down even more. I mean, sure, they're going to be getting those elimination points. They're going to be getting 6 points for the survival as well, but Team Flash is now going to be walking away, who, by the way, are already one of the top teams in the rankings right now, are going to be walking away with the 10 chicken dinner points, as well as the amount of eliminations that they were able to get, and which I do believe are more than 7-9, because we did see them being really, active throughout the map, throughout the match. So, yeah, I mean, we are going to be seeing, but here are the chicken dinner stats. Here are the chicken dinner team stats. Good numbers. I mean, what do you think about those 11 kills coming in, Edge?
I mean, that was absolutely nuts. 11 kills coming in, 6 knocks. I mean, he's been really good, stealing those finishes from other players as well. The damage dealt is 1230. I mean, we've seen teams with less damage dealt than that. So, yeah, I mean, Tops has to be the MVP, has to be the one that carried this game, you might say. And at the end, it felt like Team Flash, they were the ones throwing away their lead. But then immediately, Tops converts that 1v2 into a 1v1 and gets that final blow as well, which was very beautiful. That was, you can't call it luck. You have to call it skill, of course, because that was very well calculated. And the timing on it could not have been better. And yeah, with 18, I believe this is 18 elimination points and the 10 chicken dinner points, they will be up to 28 total points. So they might just overtake the side of 7-9 here, which I mean, I'm not really sure, but that could be the case. But either way, we'll take a look at the MVP of the map here, which we all probably already know has to be Top with the way that he played throughout the game as well. Team Flash, they've been consistent now in the grand finals, right? They've been consistently decent. I don't want to say great, because they did have a couple of games where they did have a lot going for them. They were one of those teams who go really aggressive at the start of the game, and then they kind of fall off during mid or late games. But as I said, most valuable player, it is Tops indeed.
I mean, it has to be Tops. He was able to, the being the last clutch player, getting the chicken dinner, also being proactive throughout the game. We saw a lot of stuff coming in from him. We saw Team Flash, battle it out with a lot of teams here and there. They were doing a lot of work. They were able to get a lot of elimination points for themselves, and I mean, it was just Tops, simply just Tops coming in with 11, and the other team members also, being able to get a few elimination points. We saw these guys doing a lot of work, and despite that, they were able to, hold on to their numbers. So that's definitely something to be praised. But now we have the top 5 players for today's match. It's going to be Tops, of course, at the top. It's going to be Levis at number 2 spot. Bose, another player from Team Flash, coming in with 928 damage dealt. 4 eliminations to be seen. Just these 2 players were able to deal more than 2k damage for Team Flash, which is really actually, that is really insane, because that's almost
True.
The highest amount of damage that we sometimes see come out from any team at all. 4th spot is going to be taken by 7-9. This is the guy who died to the nade at the very end. He was trying to push in the smoke, trying to take down Tops, and that actually might have worked. He was confident there with the push, but he didn't follow through. He was, that was probably, they calmed him to just fall back. It is not a good idea. and that just kind of threw him off. The entire the entire play that he was trying to make there. But hey, we can kind of dwell on that later. Right now we have the 4 teams that were able to do really really well. And look at that, 18 eliminations in total, and they're going to be getting 10 points. That's 28 points in total to be taken away with 3.3k damage. 38 smoke grenades used. What? 16 nades. I mean, hey, 16 grenades is normal. 38 smokes. What were you guys doing? Just smoking everything off? Smoking in the entirety of ERANGEL off, or what? But yeah, good numbers to be seen from these guys. Sem9, 11 eliminations, not bad at all. I mean, hey, 17 points to be taken in total. Xavier, finally, once in a, like always, they show up once in a while, once in a blue moon. I mean, as they have been in the finals, are going to be showing up with 10 eliminations in total, and then there's going to be Talon with 4. So yeah, good numbers to overall to be seen from all of these guys.
Definitely, and the amount of utilities coming, that's just ridiculous. But I mean, it's also nice. I like how they're playing. They're playing it safe, making sure that those smoke deployments are on point coming in as well. You also have to give it to Talon. Those 4 eliminations, I think, were from the side of the wine. It was that bridge. I think that was a really good fight. Coming in from all of them, as a matter of fact. And Xavier, as you said, once in a blue moon they show up, and when they show up, they show up. And talking about the match summary, we have 69 total eliminations, 6 grenade eliminations, 1 A-drop looted, no vehicle eliminations whatsoever, 7,713 healing done. And well, the longest elimination is 348. It's from the player on the side of Vampire Esports. And well, we don't have anyone beating. I believe Yori Johan is the highest, the longest elimination right now with 413, something like that. On ERANGEL, I believe it was, or RONDO, one of these. It was not on Miramar, because I was also surprised with that. But either way, we still haven't seen someone break that 400 plus meter, longest elimination just yet. But how many points did the team secure? How are the changes gonna look on the overall standing? That's what we've been waiting for. For this match, though, is going to be Team Flash coming out on top with 28 total points. There's 11 more than Sem9. Sem9, 11 eliminations, 17 total points. Xavier, 10 eliminations, only 1 position point, which brings the total up to 11. Raze with 8, Talon 8, RRQ 5, Aegis Slumber managed to get 4. Todak, I mean, they start off well, but unfortunately, they cannot capitalize moving forward. Same thing could be said for 52 Esports. Tribero Messi, this game was not a good one for them. They did manage to secure 1 position point, which brings the total up to 3. Exospear, no position points, total up to 3. Alter Ego only managed to get 3 as well. 1 for Wine, Team Secret, and Vampire Esports as well, which is kind of unfortunate. But for Vikings, E-Arena, and Hora, this is just a horrible game for all of them. They got 0, no points, which means no boost in the overall standings. But if you're not going up, well, you always need to make sure that you don't go down either.
I mean, yeah, that definitely is the case, and that's kind of what the rest of these teams are really trying to do. As we said, I mean, hey, these teams, MVKE, EA, Hora, only being able to get 0 points for themselves, definitely not something that they would be wanting for themselves right now. I mean, Hora has been putting up a really good performance so far in the finals. At least they were showing up with a lot of eliminations. We saw these guys surpass the 10 elimination mark pretty often. Actually, we saw these guys just show up, drop 10, take the fights everywhere all across the map, and just walk away like it was nothing. But right now, Hora, unfortunately, isn't able to achieve that. Probably, I mean, hey, there's 4 more maps to go still. We're going to be on Miramar after that, and we're going to be seeing all of these maps play out once again today. So, kind of can expect a bit of difference to follow through. But for now, this is the case, and really, it's just I mean, I would kind of like to reiterate the whole fact that we were kind of talking about. It's like the fact that you should be able to also push down some of the other teams strategically, as of course, like the teams that are not able the teams that are already have a lot of points, you should be able to kind of try and push them down a little. But it's kind of the fact that I was thinking about it, just directly happens. It's kind of just proportional. If you're able to get the points for yourselves, what I'm trying to say is that there's only so many points to be gained from a single map. There's like a certain amount of numbers alive, players alive, and then there's a certain amount of points that you can get from the survival points. So there's only a certain amount of points to be gained. if these teams are, just simply able to do well, they don't really need to, think about actually pushing any team down specifically. Sure, maybe it does count that, you're maybe targeting a specific team if you gain the information out of them. Oh, that player specifically is from Sem 9, let's take them down. Yeah, that works. That works. Sure, that's a good idea. But again, it's just that even if you're really not able to do that, all you really need to do is just put up a really good performance, get those elimination kills, and yeah, you're good to go. But with that being said, since we didn't go through the overall rankings, we do have it in front of our eyes
Get a
right
sneak
now on
peek.
the left side. And yeah, look at that, Sem 9 overtaken. 140 points by Team Flash coming in, and there's now a 2-point difference between them and Sem 9. Still really, really surprising to me, though, is the fact that Sem 9 is still somehow holding up. We haven't seen these guys be really, really deadly or something. I mean, they never are getting way too many frags. They never are, going all out, ever. But just because of the fact that they're able to, consistently survive until the very end and just get a few kills here and there, they're able to hold on to their ranking and still being at number 2 and there only being a 2-point difference between them and the first spot. This might as well just be the team who may have not even, gotten themselves that many elimination by the end of this tournament and still end up being on the top. So, and that would be a really nice outcome. It's like, kinda, you could say, one of the essence of PUBG. They're really just playing the game of kind of how it's supposed to be. You're not really supposed to fight everyone you see. You are supposed to, play it out a little smart sometimes. And that's exactly what Sem 9 is looking forward to do here.
Yeah, because they did not have any eliminations for quite a bit. They were only up to 3, but they did manage to survive till the end. They did manage to get 8, I believe, at the end, or even I think a little higher than that. But apart from that, yeah, they managed to get 11 actually. They got 3 plus on the side of Team Flash. But Team Flash, that was a really splendid move there at the end. The 1v2 was spectacularly played out. But right now, Sem 9, they are not going to be happy, which means they're going to be trying a little harder. They're going to be pushing, themselves a little harder to get that number 1 spot back. Because not only that they need to, get that number 1 spot back, they also need to build the lead. Make sure that they are a little further away. Ooh, Yumeko converting that beautiful car there from a topless to just a basic sedan, I believe. Is that Mirado? It looks like it.
I guess.
Either way, we are already up to 70 players and 18 teams. Is that a couple of eliminations? I want to see. I want to see if there were eliminations already. Because I believe we jumped in with 72. Did we? Yeah, we did. Flash and Sem 9 already got 1 each.
I mean, hey, getting 2 kills right off the bat is definitely something. And I guess one of those kills was an AZ Slumber because you see Agent Brian is gone. It's kind of just, I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but it's like we were just talking about eliminations, and you just you're spectating a team, and you just look at their team members, and oh, one of them is dead, and it's like 3 minutes into the game. Oh boy, what a misfortune. But yeah, there's that. And I mean, AZ Slumber definitely hasn't had a good run. They're just really down on points, and I don't really know. I mean, hey, we saw them trying really hard in the last game. We saw Azmi and the other team members just push really hard to get those points, but once again, not really able to achieve much so far, and we're gonna see how it goes on for these guys. So yeah, so far it's pretty chill.
Yeah, but once again, it's Miramar. So the longest phase of this game is going to be the chill phase. It's either drop clashes pretty early, or it's just going to be late game fights. You probably will we'll see very less mid round fights happening. Very very rarely you get to see that unless someone is crossing the same path. Maybe a cluster of teams trying to leave the same area. That's about it. It's talking about the circle. El Pozo is probably going to be the safest right now with Power Grid. Picado is in there as well. Hacienda is there. Graveyard coming in. Just a little of Minas del Valle. So there is a bit of, a piece for everyone. But once again, stage 1 circle it is, of course. moving on, you will probably be in a tighter circle, and you need to kind of predict. It all comes down to IGL. Once again, we've been talking a lot about this. The IGL is going to be the one calling the shots, and his predictions. I mean, most often than not, are right because these players kind of have the experience at this point. They understand the circle shifts, right? I mean, sometimes the PUBG guys they just mess with you and they just are like, yeah, you know what, you're predicting it right 95% of the times. Well, guess what? The 5% we will make sure that they are drastic as hell.
Yeah. For now, good old Miramar game. We are going to be taking out really slow, and yeah, all of these teams are going to be taking it out really slow. Not really, only a few eliminations here and there to be seen, but uh, nothing to be really fascinated about so far. In secret, one of the teams that did get eliminated early on in the previous game, this time around, are going to be having the opportunity to making it out at the top.
Silent as always in Miramar. Once again, they're playing it casually this time. By casually I mean like a typical Miramar right now. Stakes are high, of course. We're gonna be. I mean, as soon as we're done with this map, we're gonna be through with half of the day. 3 maps will be done. The cycle will be first cycle will be done, and then we'll repeat the cycle: Rondo, Erangel, and ending the day with Miramar, ending the tournament with Miramar. As a matter of fact, so this Miramar, I think everyone's playing it as safe as possible. Everyone's calculating everything, but I think that the teams at the bottom, they also are playing it safe because they want a piece of the cake. They want to make sure that they're in the top 8, right? I mean, to be in top 8, every team, any team can make it still. Even the teams at the 18th position, 17th position, they also can make it to top 8. Maybe top 1 might be out of contention here, but I still think top 8, top 7 is still not very far away from for any of these teams. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to make it if they do try. And as we talk about that, Alter Ego is going to be taking a shot onto Team Spirit right now. We have our eyes on them now. Alwa, currently in a chase behind Psyche. Trying to deal some damage before he takes the fight, but he definitely knows that he's not in a good position. But he's also near, but look at that. Team Secret perfectly talented, knocking and also finishing him out. That is one guy down on Alter Ego side. Definitely not a good decision that they made on their part. Bodru, though, kind of stranded. There's Rosemary there, but hey, should they take the fight with Team Secret, they might just end up with a lot more damage taken than they want to right now. So I think kind of just leaving Team Secret be right now would be their ideal strat. Because, well, they already have lost a member, and Team Secret, I don't think they would be reluctant to taking the fight and mowing them down if they, try to annoy them anymore.
Not annoy them anymore. I like that. I like that. Rosemary with 1 elimination. That's about it. 2 more eliminations in the meanwhile. Alter gets 1. Team Secret gets 1. But at the same time, both of these teams, they lost 1 as well. So the trades are going to be coming in, but Stage 2 Circle also will be coming in 30 seconds now. So that is something you have to keep an eye on. But once again, this is looking like one of those maps where you will have a pretty basic circle. You don't have a lot to work with coming in, and water circles on Miramar are very, very rare. I mean, it's like a one in, I don't know, like 1 in 1,000, 1 in 2,000, probably, something like that. But the zone will be closing in right now in 15 seconds. On the other part of the map, AZ Slumber puts the screws to 52 Esports. 52, they lose one. Can they get the trade off? That's the question. The Xavier, they lost one player as well, and so did the side of Exosphere, unfortunately.
FaZe Clan. One Esports, way too close, but did they take the fight? That's the real question. Wine. Not necessarily having a good run so far. On the other side here, Sim9, the second team. Eyes on to Lewis from the Xavier, who are desperately trying to get more and more eliminations and survival points for themselves, but right now, don't really seem like they would be able to. I think it's gonna be really chill. Now we say that Todak is gonna be, well, I think those are the first shots that they're ever gonna fire, and it's gonna be on Talon. Talon losing now one of their members. Should be getting our eyes on it soon enough. And it's also gonna be Arena. Oh, but nice kill field, nice kill feed there. We just saw back-to-back 2 knockouts come through, and it's gonna be trade knockouts coming in from Hora and Arena. So it's kind of, we are seeing some people battle it out at least.
Some competition once again between these teams, between a couple of teams, as a matter of fact. Aura, they will probably get their player back on their feet, and they also have a really good, hill for themselves. This spot is really, really good. The circle closing in is still towards Power Grid, Picado, Montevero, Alfonso, Greater Fields, Hacienda, the San Martin there as well. But they will also be facing the likes of Arena right now here, the side of Hora. But for now, Tribero Messi, I believe they might have just, gotten one player on the side of 7-9. I think, he was trying to be that solo fighter inside of 7-9. Unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. No support is going to be coming in at the moment. Red Vampire Esports, they will get down one when Flash. Well, they are going to be paying the price. They lose one player as well. Zeus hits the deck. Now Flash, they are out of 2. They're the ones at the top of the table. 10-9. This could very well be the map where they could actually secure the number 1 spot back in their favor, but they're also losing players thanks to D Xavier. At the moment, Vampire, once again, they're sitting comfortably at the top, scouting everywhere. But here's the thing. When you're at the top, everyone's coming for you. So you have to be really cautious. And the same could be said for Vampire. This is a good spot for them, but you kind of have to be wary of all your surroundings because you never really know where the enemies are going to be coming in from. Because we've seen a lot of teams get, let's say, bamboozled by the way that other teams just come in and sneak in from behind them.
There you go. DZAV right now, dealing damage to 7-9. Oh, they're just going to be dipping out. Wanting to take that fight, and well, there you have it. Tribe Messi now finally coming into the fight. We already see these guys arriving being the opportunities that they are going to be firing their shots onto D Xavier. Paragen really tagged down to low HP, but not enough to not be knocked down just yet, though. Should be able to heal himself back up. Shin already has lost his life and leaving only 3 alive on D Xavier, and AST kind of just once again, right now. And this is definitely a fight that D Xavier is gonna have to take, because I don't think Tribe Messi is gonna be able to, or at least they want to let them go that easily.
I kind of want to see, which team, is going to be saving up those utilities, moving on, the later stages of the map, because I think that is going to be coming in clutch for sure for all of these teams, as a matter of fact. So that is going to be interesting to see for sure. But for now, Tribe Messi, they are locking eyes with 52 Esports. Why? do they not realize that the Xavier are next to them? Because they're pretty much in the same proximity, and I think they kind of okay, they do realize this, because otherwise it would have been hard. And I think Rick is the pivot there for the rotation, because everyone else is moving out of the vicinity, and he was just holding on, waiting for that cover, quickly, of course. And look, Xavier, this is going to be a fight. The circle now closing in. We will see a shift here again.
Oh, no real damage dealt. It's just decisive right now, pinned down. Interestingly, Tribe Aramessi actually have gained a really nice position onto Xavier, despite the fact that they're being sprayed down right now. The flanks are there, the positioning is there. Delta already has, secured a really nice spot onto Xavier. I'm not quite sure if they're aware of it by now or not, but this is really good because, well, as soon as Xavier starts to make a move, as soon as they start to move out, the spray down should be there. And Tribe Aramessi might just be able to take down Xavier really nicely. Giante, way too far away. Probably just, scouting here and there for his teammates. Nice vehicle. Tire pop there. Not really, just using the chances of anyone just walking around and taking hold of that. Oh, look at that. RQ coming up against AG Slumber. The fight has begun. Lepar is going to be taken down as well. Two people locked out on RQ early on. Some damage taken by AZ Slumber as well, but might just be able to make it out of the situation. Never mind. I don't really think that's three people down, and that's only going to be leaving one for all of AZ Slumbers. Buggy's there, no shots really landing. UMP out. That's going to be well dealing enough damage to at least take down one, but I think the knockout should be there eventually, or maybe not. Actually, he's doing really well. He's doing really well on his own. What? Actually managed to make it out of that situation with three players knocked out. All AZ Slumber had to do was knock out one more. I mean, after having knocked out three, you can do that, but wow, the surprising outcome once again. We've been seeing this happen a lot. We've been seeing these 1v2s happen a lot, and I don't really know if that's a good thing. I mean, that's definitely a good thing for RQ side. Sure, there are players, clutching it out, saving his teammates and all that, and all the heroics, but if you look at it from AZ Slumber's perspective, it's just a massive blunder. That's just going to be causing their entire team to be opt out. But once again, talking about AZ Slumber, they didn't have enough points to work around with anyway, so we don't even know if they're giving it their all or not.
Let's see if the teams can capitalize and maybe change the momentum, at least with the way that at least the way that it's been going up until now. I'm talking about teams at the bottom, of course, and by bottom I mean teams at 15 to 18th position, like very bottom. They're pretty much at the bottom of the well here. But yes, the circle once again moves towards Power Grid, San Martin, Hacienda. There are a lot of open fields. So I feel like maybe the next circle, it is going to be a little more open, and these teams, they need to make sure that they have smokes. Right. I mean, we had 36, 39 smokes last time on ERANGEL. Well, looks like we might need a little more on the map of Miramar right now. And right now, it is the side of Vikings. They might be blocking horns with Hora Esports there.
Well, the zone is going to be closing, and with that being said, 52 Esports now also eliminated, leaving the top 16 teams alive, and the number hasn't quite dwindled just yet. We only have lost 2 teams so far. I mean, sure, a lot of teams have taken a lot of damage. We see Sem9 with only 1 alive, and a lot of other teams also having taken a lot of damage, and the circle only gets closer and closer, and teams are now moving in as well. We see Tribe Aramessi coming in. We see Xavier making their way from the south side. Oh, yeah, surprisingly, Xavier actually did not engage with Tribe Aramessi, and I believe they had to be really patient because Tribe Aramessi, I don't think they were in a really good spot to take the fight onto Xavier, but obviously Xavier seems like they were aware of it and didn't buy any of it. So yeah, as the circle approached, as the safe zone was there, they had to move out of that situation. So yeah, that's That's about it. I mean, hey, they might just end up clashing by the end of it, but we are going to see how that goes out for these guys. For now, all of the teams are really just focused on, securing their spots. RQ, oh, look at that U-turn. Look at that J-turn. What is he doing? What is he doing? He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from, but yeah, that's going to be it. I mean, hey, it's Exosphere. I mean, he sees AZ Slumber, right? Oh, sorry, not AZ Slumber. He sees another team, and he's also getting shot at by Exosphere, so not much RQ can do there, and that's going to be one more player knocked out, and I really don't have high hopes for Lepar being able to save him.
That was, I think, a misclick there coming in from the player of RRQ there, unfortunately. And RRQ, every time we have, high hopes on this team kind of disappoints us. But every time you're like, it's RRQ, it's okay. That is when they absolutely pop off and they take down everyone. Might even, come out at the top. But for now, the one at the top is going to be Arena there on the hill. I think spotted by Lepar. But will he be taken down is the question. Alter Egos on the other part of the map. They're taking a bit of heat. Good grenades. They're being exchanged between Torak and Xavier. Chip damage on both of the sides. Mana actually does go down there. With the grenade coming in from Paragin, and Paragin's out in the open. This is not looking good. Xavier. Nate TI might have to leave his teammate back and might have to reposition, go back to safety here.
Well, Vampire Esports cooking nades, throwing it on Team Flash. Not a lot of damage to be dealt, and for now, once again, it's calmed down. 15 teams live. A lot of, I mean, hey, Edge. It's 21 minutes have passed, and it's still 15 teams alive. I mean, hey. It's kind of something you expect from Miramar, but this is even taking longer. These teams are not taking the fights, and look at that, zooming through the deserts. Vampire Esports is going to be trying to land some shots, but not really landing any at all. TI barely surviving. I was going to be able to get the knock in as well. Oh boy. Vampire Esports on the other side, aware of a possession from Sem9's player, and that's one Sem9 player is the only one alive, and low HP, not a lot of... Oh, there we go, he's dead. Yeah, Sem9 raised. And that being said, now Nate TI up against Todak. Frenzy really tagged right now, and that Molotov can be good because, well, the two of the players from Todak are really, really low. Nate TI playing around them right now, only one guy alive, and has to pull this 1v2 for his team. He wants to survive. Good nade, but they are going to be avoiding it really nicely. The shotgun battle's out. The peaks are out. It's perfect. That's a good crossfire, and that's going to be enough for this guy to take down Todak. Todak is going to be walking away with 7 eliminations. No ranking points. I mean, no survival points to be seen at least. And, well, Nate TI keeping these area alive, getting back into the game slowly and steadily, one step at a time. Good stuff to see from this guy.
9 teams still, though, in the server. And as we've talked about it, this is the later part of the game. This is the final zones now coming in for sure. And everyone's stepping up huge. Sem9 getting eliminated once again. Unfortunately, Flash, this is their opportunity to maybe surpass, maybe actually get that lead a little higher. They will still be ahead of Sem9 for now. The Sem9 went out with 1 elimination, but for now it is EA and TS going against each other right now. Ooh, what a grenade out of nowhere on RIQ! Lepar, he barely survives right now, and Team Secret, it looks like they want to make sure the side of EA gets taken off. A grenade by Lepar RIQ trying to steal a kill or two. But in the meanwhile, Team Secret, they get eliminated, but that means RIQ has given away their position. Exospear, though, they get eliminated as well. RIQ somehow managing to still survive. The last surviving player. Up to the top 5. That's not bad. That's not bad. He managed to secure at least 5 points now. 5 5
Even
extra
the
points.
top 5 teams they are getting those extra points. That's for sure. But now EA, MVK, and RQ up really close to each other right now. The nades are being cooked, the nades are being thrown. That is a really good nade, especially. Turney's going to be knocked out once again. 2 of EA players alive. They are being crushed by Vikings. And Lapar, in the meantime, trying to get a piece of it, but he's going to be damaged quite a lot, and he's going to be forced to go back. But he's trying to go for those eliminations that he can get right in the very nick of time. EA, with that being said, is now eliminated out of the server. MVK still alive with all their numbers standing. A really good chance for chicken dinner out here. They should be able to get all of them back on their feet. RQ, the only player remaining on their side, is also going to be taken down, leaving only 3 players alive, alive on the battlefield at the moment. It's going to be Vampire Esports, Team Flash, and of course Vikings. Vampire Esports, 2 players on the flank. Team Flash currently being a little pinched, but well, a good amount of distance between these guys to work around with. Team Flash behind the ridge right now, but kind of out in the open for MVK. They should be able to get their eyes on it, and Team Flash will definitely have a lot of trouble finding cover in that area, so a repossession is definitely needed, and Tops is very much known for that. We've seen him do great stuff. Can he recreate, can he replicate that in this moment?
Top 3 teams now coming in. Just as I say, top 3 there. We are already going for another engagement here between 2 teams. RQ get taken out in the top 4 position. Flash, Vikings, Vampire, the only one standing right now. If Flash get another chicken dinner here, they will absolutely go, really far away. And I don't even think any team would be coming in close anytime soon, as a matter of fact. But for now, it is going to be Vampire trying to go for this fight. And a good vehicle knock, they're coming in. Red Bull gets taken out as well. Vampire's gone! By Vikings, they managed to get 1 in the meanwhile, and now Team Flash. Can they go for this revival is a question. I'm not really sure. It's Tops yet again. It's a situation where he has to go for this clutch. He could go for it. He's the only one standing right now against 2 other players on the side of Vikings. The Grenades are going to be good. The Grenades are going to be good as well. Tops has to be careful. Deals a lot of damage onto both of the players, as a matter of fact. Are there enough heals left? Are there any medkits left? Are there any bandages left? Any energy drink? Let's see. Superman versus Tops right now, but he's in a good spot. He does not have any utilities to work with. There's just 1 boulder, and then, his shoulder's probably going to be seen after that.
I mean, Tops, he definitely has done this before, and question being, can he do it again? Is going to be once again landing a little bit of damage to Superman, trying in a really interesting position right now, not really wanting any piece of it. Top sees him perfectly. It's going to be spraying him down, but I believe that Superman was able to get that trade knockout there. And well, I guess Viking is going to be the chicken winner this time around. Tops once again pretty close. Could have actually managed it, but well, too far away, and Vikings is actually going to want to take the chicken dinner this time around. Vikings, I mean, hey, we haven't really seen these guys do a lot. I mean, we have seen some games coming in from these guys where they were able to, get a lot of elimination for themselves, but this is, I believe, the first ever time, I guess, these guys are actually going to be taking a chicken dinner in this tournament. Yeah, probably. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but yeah, I think very likely.
Woo! Vikings, that was a great game. I mean, we all knew what they were capable of, and finally it's about time that they actually step up and get a chicken dinner for themselves as well as the grand finals there. The Team Flash, I think they're doing really well, and this is going to help their confidence and overall momentum as well, of course, and the overall standings, the point and lead that they have. But we'll talk about that in a moment. Team Vikings, Superman with 3, there's Tranks with 2. The other 2 players, unfortunately, could not get any finishes at the end as well, but they did have they did manage to get that chicken dinner, and that's all that matters right now. 10 points plus 5, that's 15 total points. They will take it. It will definitely help their number on the overall standings moving on further. But the MVP is going to be Turnic, actually, on the side of E-Arena, who has been amazing throughout the tournament. I absolutely loved watching him day in and day out. With 4 eliminations, 433 damage, 2 knocks, 91 heal, 2 assists, and the survival time of 23 and 59 seconds. That is not a lot of heal there, if you ask me. 91, That's impressive, but at the same time, kind of concerning.
I mean, yeah, not bad at all. Top 5 players now. Of course, the first one is going to be Turnic coming in from EA. 2 knockouts, 433 damage, 4 eliminations in total. Then we have Gyante coming in from Tribe Eremacy, 300 damage dealt, 4 eliminations as well. Tops, 800 damage dealt, but, well, not a lot of eliminations. It's going to be 3 for him. Lazarus, 700, almost 800 damage dealt, coming in at 3 eliminations in total. Jaiki's going to be there as well at almost 700 damage with 3 eliminations. Good names to be seen so far, and we did see these players, being really, really active throughout. Teams to watch are going to be Vampire Esports, EA, MVKE, Vikings, of course, and Team Flash, lasting until the very end. 11, 8, 5, and 6 eliminations for all of these guys. 2.5k damage, once again, dealt by Vampire Esports. We saw these guys being really, really proactive. I mean, sure, maybe it didn't make until the very end, but hey, were able to get a lot of eliminations once again for themselves, and are going to be getting a little bit of survival points, so that's going to be giving them, once again, a good standing on the overall ranking. I mean, we are going to be seeing how it affects the overall ranking soon enough, but hey, this is looking really good for Vampire Esports. The way that they've been approaching, the way that they've been playing this game so far. 3 maps, I mean, hey, we are done with half of the day, and we're going to be playing, and we're going to be going over all of those maps once again. And so far, it's looking good. It's looking really, really good for some of the teams. Match summary would be 10k healing done, 1 vehicle elimination to be seen, 317 longest elimination, 5 grenade eliminations, and 69 total eliminations. Yep, as we only saw 1 guy remaining at the very end. Usual numbers, the healing is a little bit higher than we usually do expect, so that's good to see. I mean, hey, there are no recalls here, so a lot of healing was done, that's for sure. And yeah, other than that, pretty usual, pretty normal numbers. But I guess, yeah, there you go. Match rankings. Vampire Esports, despite not taking the chicken dinner, are going to be walking away with 16 points in total, overtaking Vikings, who were able to get the chicken dinner, but not as many eliminations as these guys. So that kind of, just counters the entire effect. Vikings are going to be walking away with 15, Team Flash 12, Arena 11, RQ 7. 3 teams are going to be walking away with 7, Todak and Tribe Eremacy as well. Not good for the teams that are really just contending for the top spots right now, right? Todak and Sem9, these guys are like, just racing to the top at the moment, and well, not looking that good for these guys so far. And again, we are going to be seeing how it affects the overall ranking at the very end, of course. For now, I guess there's a little bit of, suspense being created. We are going to be seeing how it affects the overall ranking. But hey, before we move on to the next repetition of the map, we are going to be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we are going to be back as soon as possible. and we are back after that short break, and we are going to be getting right back into the games, of course, as soon as we can. The next maps, of course, are going to be once again Rondo, ERANGEL, and Miramar played once again. So far, it's been going really well. We haven't seen these teams actually playing a little more aggressive than we have, right? These guys have been kind of going all out. Some teams have been doing exceptionally well. So, we're kind of seeing a different kind of playstyle come through from some of these teams, and I'm expecting big things. I'm expecting good stuff. Once again, the main point that we always, that we once emphasized quite a lot, that at the end, everything that matters are gonna be the final ranking, right? The final points that these teams are gonna be able to get for themselves, because that is the determining factor of which team actually ends up as the quote unquote champions, getting that highest prize pool point, and the rest are gonna be falling. So we are gonna be seeing how that top spot is contended for, how it's actually battled out for, because right now the competition, I believe, we haven't exactly seen how the overall rankings stand as of now for a while now. So hey, the suspense is definitely there, but right from the back of my head, I do believe that the points differences are really close. They're really close right now, and these teams are probably the teams in the top 5, the teams in maybe even the top 8 are probably just really strongly contended right now, and they do want to get into that at least top 3 or maybe even the top 1 spot.
Yeah, definitely. The momentum is going to be coming into play for sure, and the consistency, you do see it from a couple of teams, but it feels like it's a little too late, for some of these teams to kind of, at least get that championship, maybe even the podium, but they can still get a piece of that, prize pool. So I think that's what the teams at the bottom are going to be looking out for. They're going to be trying to get as many points as possible, secure as many chicken dinners as possible. But for the side of Team Flash, you gotta admit, even though they don't have any chicken dinners, number 1 spot, come on, that is the consistency I've been looking for. And yeah, Team Flash is delivering it right now.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Team Flash just doing amazing work out here. The amount of eliminations that these guys have been able to get, and even previously, before we even started off with today, the amount of eliminations that these guys had, and the ranking, the spot that these guys had in the ranking was already pretty good. And, now that they are putting out such an amazing performance, they are basically putting up a chase for the rest of the teams to, follow. And, yeah, doing really well so far. The amount of eliminations they're able to get, even in the previous game, they were able to kind of offset MVKE just by the elimination points, I believe. Yeah, there's really good stuff coming in from these guys. And, players like Tops, with such a versatile style of play, the way he's able to, rotate, the way he's able to position himself across the map, across different situations, it's just really something to watch out for. And the way he's been doing it, it's really nice to see. So far, the chicken dinners, of course, happen as you slumber, Team Flash, and Vikings. But now, once again, we are going to be seeing the same maps played out again. And the question is, once again, the question that me and Edge both really like to ask, are we going to be seeing a double chicken dinner, maybe even a triple? And today, since it is the last day of Asia Pro Wars, this is the last opportunity that we might get to see a triple chicken dinner. Maybe not. It's a really long stretch. Hey, that would be a really exciting thing to happen. And of course, I'm just really taking it too far. But maybe. It doesn't hurt to dream. It doesn't hurt to dream, people. So yeah, one can hope. But right now, we are moving back into Rondo.
For the final time here, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping on, and we will get to witness a multi-flight path here. Now, this is interesting, which means, once again, every part of the map is going to be as easily accessible as it can be. One starts from Jadena City, goes towards Fongtun. The other one almost starts where the other one ends and goes up to Kungseo. So, there's pretty much something for everyone here. Jadena City, once again, I believe Exosphere might be dropping here. Wine also dropped pretty early, so this could be a drop class if both of them decide to take the same city as their drop location. But once again, it doesn't really matter if you go for these early contestations, early fights, because once again, hello, recall system. So this is going to be a high elimination, a high healing matchup for sure.
That's for sure. Stakes are high. And I'm pretty sure these teams are aware of that fact as well. And we are going to be seeing that in their playstyles too, of course. Right now, just starting out with a simple loot. I mean, hey, it's Rondo, right? And we don't have recalls this time around, do we? I don't think so.
We don't?
Or maybe we do. I'm not sure. I think we... Okay, we do. Hora is right on one right now. Okay, we do. So. Great things to be expected right now. I was like, I don't see a recall spot on the map. Are they disabled or what? But right when Hora moved, we saw some of them. But oh my god, Jiggle, you gotta look out for your team, buddy, because something just happened. 2 of your members just went down, and that's not good. That's not good at all. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna recall them. That's good. Now, of course, this being Rondo, we're going to be seeing a lot of recalls come through, but, well, decisive, they were able to get 2 elimination points for themselves right off the bat, and they are continuing to move forward with that. M762 in hand, Nate TI keeps on pushing. Sky in a little bit of trouble, but hey, has a gun to work around with as well, and definitely has a good chance of taking one of these areas down. I mean, nothing to really lose right now, right? Never mind. A lot. And that's going to be his life. Recalled soon enough, but yeah, decisive, 3 elimination points secured so far.
Pretty early, and they will get as many. I mean, they will try to get as many points as they possibly can pretty early into the game as well. Because once again, they only need 1 player to survive to actually go for that recall immediately. So Hora and decisive, they might as well just go against each other consistently here, try to get as many elimination points as they possibly can. But a great start for decisive, but can they keep it going? Final cycle of maps, and decisive still are in contention of being the top 5 teams, if not number 1, of course. So they just have to bring out their A game. Like, what happened to the team that we saw in in playoffs? Like, come on, no one was even coming close to this team, and right now it just feels like they're falling off.
All things seem to have calmed down for now. I mean, we are seeing a kill feed go through, and that's gonna be Team Flash who are getting the kills onto 52 Esports. But once again, you know, the early on, basically the early Rondo things that we're getting to see right now, and pretty usual stuff so far. We are seeing AZ Slumber getting damaged by RQ and giving away some elimination points early on too. And honestly, good stuff to be seen. Kodak, finally coming in as well, are going to be dealing some damage and hopefully getting a point for themselves in eliminations. RQ have taken some return damage from AG Slumber once again. These guys always end up clashing each other. It's kind of funny how, you know, there's a specific set of teams that always end up clashing against each other. I mean, sure, some of you nerds in the chat might just, you know, go on that. What's the probability of, I mean, there's 18 teams to work around it in total, so obviously they're going to be fighting against each other repeatedly, but it's kind of funny. Because, like, we've seen RQ and AZ Slumber go at it again and again, and there are other teams as well who've known to be a really, you know, I would say, funny combo when it comes to fighting each other, because the outcome is always unexpected with these guys. And going at it. Good kill to be seen, and another knock as well. Actually, 2 of AZ are live right now, but yeah, two points will be given away to R2.
$52 gone. And, well, guess what? It is Team Flash getting those eliminations. 6 minutes into the game, and they already have 4 and eliminated a squad. That's pretty impressive. And looks like right now all 3 egos are putting the screws to the side of Exosphere as well. They lose a player here. Will they be losing more? Can all 3 ego capitalize on this? A great start for RIQ, Alter Ego, Xavier, and Team Flash especially. This is what they want. The Team Flash, I mean, they're already at the top, but they're not going to stop anytime soon. The MP zone has also begun on one part of the map. And right now, all three goes just circling. Has to be careful. There's Exosphere in the vicinity. Naki's here. And all three goes. They want to go for this fight up close and personal. Great shot by Rosemary. 2 bullets. That's all it'll take to confirm it as well. And Exosphere, they lose another one just like that. Another point for the side of all three goes. They're going to be feeling really confident. Great start yet again for them, trying to take down players on 2 teams. This is a great beginning for Rondo. The second Rondo for them. All three goes. Their positioning on the overall, I'm not really sure, but they could make it to the podium if they keep performing like this and also secure chicken dinner.
Definitely the case, and now, Alter Ego closing up the distance between them and Exosphere. Exosphere, not a lot of HP to work around with. Should be able to get a freebie out of that one guy.
Goes, they get another one. They're just farming on Exosphere right now.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, they're recalling.
3 kills to be taken, why not?
But still. Another one. Another frag coming in, RIQ. Getting that revival as well for eliminations already. GFSTY dropping down again thanks to the recall system. AZ Slumber, they have a player down. Now the only unfortunate team here right now at the moment is 52 Esports, because unfortunately they had no one alive and they were already gone pretty early. That is the only team. I think they're just going to be watching this and feeling, they'll be feeling really, really sad here.
No good enough elimination to be seen here and there. You can see like Alter Ego walking out with 7. RQ with 5, Xavier 4, Team Flash 4 as well, Todak also 4.
Ooh. Exosphere, once again, they have all their 4 players up, but they will once again be facing the likes of Team Secret this time around. Let's see how this one goes. With the S12K in their hand. Just holding on to their ground right now. Those grenades will not be touching them whatsoever. Team Secret, they will be spotted out. They will be coming up as well. Beautiful shot there. Immediately gets one taken down as well. On the other part of the map, it's going to be Alter Egos taking down the side of Todak. And Todak, I don't believe, is completely lost just yet. They will have one more player standing. as of now with 4 eliminations. But Exosphere, oh, things are not looking good for them. They only have one more standing, but where is he? That's the main question.
Good amount of elimination secured everywhere, all around.
The arena is gone, is it? Almost. There's two more players actually surviving right now. In the meanwhile, Exosphere is gone. So that's two teams now out of the server here, and Toda gets eliminated as well. This team is just unable to perform on day 3. Day number 2, they were at number 1 by 1.1. What's that? What are you doing? All three goes trying something ridiculous and failed, unfortunately, at least the first player. Second player, Badru, he will be taking a bit of damage there. Actually, none, to be honest. But yeah, all three goes. Now they want to take down the side of Talon. They will retaliate. He gets a trade off. 1-to-1 situation right now, and all three goes. They are trying to circle the players, but the high ground advantage that the side of Talon have right now is absolutely insane. Grenade Cook was on point, deals a lot of damage onto Badru. Molotov will be coming in as well, which means both of these players now on the opposite sides is good jumping and shooting from your Johan. He will manage to get that kill as well, so the point will be confirmed. And Axel, I believe, is collecting blue chips again. Are they going for the recall? Yep, they're immediately going for the recall, yeah, both these teams.
Well, numbers dwindling. Top 15. Todak once again has left the server after 4 eliminations. Teams who are gone are Exosphere, 52 Esports, and things seem to be pretty chill otherwise. That's the Tesla Roadster, isn't it? That wasn't even released. That's still not released. Yeah. How was it in the game?
When you're one of the top players, you probably will be getting your hands on some of the limited stuff. I guess. Something like that. But I mean, look at the map right now. Look at how far Vampire is. Look at where
Look at how far decisive as well is. Oh my god, damn. They do need to. I mean, hey, it's Rondo. It's kind of the fact that, I mean, hey, whenever we are looking at a map that's of Miramar, you know, and we think that the circle is really small, but it's actually not, because it's Miramar. You know, scale of the map is different compared to Rondo, and right now you're right. The distances are actually. I mean, sure, they may seem like. The teams are actually much closer to each other than they do seem like, and before we know it, they're all going to be right at each other. But right now, all we are seeing is that these Aver they need to make their way back into the circle.
Teams here. They're fighting a lot of teams that have RIQ will be the ones coming out on top at the moment between that fight between RIQ and Team Secret. But there's also Cyberamacy in the picture, and 7-9 is like, you know what? We want a piece of that cake. We want to join the party as well. They will take him down. Vikings are here as well. Wait a minute. Hold up. What is happening here? Why is every team here? Like every single team, just like there, all of a sudden.
I mean, they'll call it gravity or whatever, but they just got attracted to each other, and now they're there, and now they're battling it out. Always interesting to me how these guys are able to get to these positions in the first place. Yeah. Must be a real challenge, but obviously the advantages it comes with probably is worth it.
Yeah, I mean, everything has its pros and cons. And I think the major con, if you're there, is once you get spotted, you probably will have a tough time escaping that position. And the meanwhile, FaZe, they get eliminated in 14th position. 3 eliminations all they were able to secure, and FaZe is not having a good day. FaZe is not having a good time as well in this grand finals. Unfortunately, Team Flash could be could be in trouble here because these grenades are going to be really on point from Razak. And Team Flash, well, they will lose a player. Tops and Ren are the only ones standing. Tops is going to be burned to a crisp. It all comes down to Ren now, and he also might get taken down. Wayne, they're not letting go of this. And Ren finally gets himself a buggy. Will be trying to escape this area, but I don't think that's going to be possible anytime soon. There's supposed to be one more player on the side of Flash. I'm not really sure where he is because I don't see him on the map right now, but he will be, somewhere there trying to escape this fight, trying not to take on the side of Wayne Esports. And meanwhile, the Xavier and Alter Egos, they joined the party. They're like, yeah, we might just third party or even fourth party this fight between you and Wayne. But there's another team here. I see another team somewhere. It's Vampire coming in. But do they want to take this fight? Do they want to take this route? Is the first question.
Well, whichever route they take right now, 12 teams alive, and 4 of them, or at least 3, pretty close to each other. Void, Xavier, and Alter Ego. And Void actually has a pretty good sightline onto Xavier. Xavier only has the advantage of the ridge cover, and they do seem to be utilizing it pretty nicely. But as the zone closes, they are going to have to move, and it's a stage 4 zone, so they definitely cannot afford to stay there. Have to move inside. There you go. Alter Ego battling it out. Moin Esports right now. Moin barely surviving for their life. Razak 5 is going to be going down, and that might just be it for these guys. 2 are now knocked. Moin, only 1 alive. You don't even know his whereabouts. Definitely not to be seen anywhere nearby. Alter Ego also having to deal with a few other players while the Xavier try to make their way inside as well. There's only 1 guy left on the Xavier side. Where'd he go? There you have it. Levis. Okay, I think he's going to be able to steal a few kills for himself there. I mean, is he even aware? He probably is, and yeah. But the problem is, as soon as he fires his gun, Alter Ego is going to be aware of him, and there we go. The final last remaining member of One is also going to be there to help his teammates out, and if Levis is able to get him, should be fairly easy potato. Pretty quick on the reposition there, and a lot of damage dealt to Levis, but Levis is going to be able to take him down and eliminate Void. I mean, sorry. Vampire Esports on the other side of the map here, battling it out in the arena. Ren, UMP. Known to be pretty good for it. Oh, what's this? Meow almost... Was that a... That's a spectator bug, wasn't he? Wasn't it? Because he wasn't even firing at him, but somehow managed to get a kill. But regardless...
Probably.
Yeah. But we just know that Vampire Esports was able to clear that out. So good for them. 7 teams now alive. Good number of eliminations to be seen overall.
Sem 9. I mean, another team that is at the top of the table. We've kind of overlooked them in this match because we have not seen anything right now coming out from them. But they already have 5 eliminations coming in. 4 players still surviving, and they're in the top 7. We've seen this movie before. But for now, Vampire Esports, they could be in trouble because there's Slumber and Talon, both of them trying to take them down right now. It's not going to be easy for Vampire to come out of the situation unharmed. Agent Brian out in the open. DX gets taken off the server. We're down to the top 5 teams now here. Team Secret, Talon, Vampire, Sem9, and Aces Slumber.
Well, these are being cooked and top 5 teams alive now. No damage to be seen from that one nade. Talon and Team Secret with really good chances of taking this home with them. If they're able to make it happen, that is. 4 people alive on both the team side. Team Secret and both Team Talon. A lot of nades to work around with, and they are being utilized. Nobody's really closing the distance right now, and honestly, there's really no need to as well, because, well, there is time, and 25 seconds before we move on to the next circle, before the circle starts shrinking, and that's the time that these teams can utilize to, maintain the distance and deal some damage beforehand before they move on to each other. Agent Brian is going to be trying to spray down Givi, their half HP, but not enough for a knockout just yet.
Not done just yet, for sure. Agent Brian still surviving. A call from the side of Talon. They also could be the favorites right now with 4 players surviving for them and Team Secret. Things are looking really good, and they will find one player on the side of Vampire just out in the open. Unfortunate there coming in. Now top 4 teams, and Sem9 is going to be joining in the party as AZ are going to be out of the picture. Sem9 making the top 4, and Team Flash now they're going to be hoping that Sem9 does not make it to top 3 or even get any more frags, as a matter of fact, because they might actually surpass Team Flash if they manage to get a chicken dinner here. But right now, Echo is going to be the one getting that frag onto, in the knock onto one of the players on the side of Team Secret. It's going to be Frank getting taken down. Vampire, the plays out in the open. He's probably going to get taken down. Talon, will they be able to get it? Yep, they will manage to get that one. Vampire Esports are going to be eliminated in position number 4. Sem9 making the top 3. Sem9 right now must face the likes of Team Secret, who actually gets taken down, actually, thanks to the explosion of the car there. And Sem9 with only 3 players standing, they're doing a lot of heavy lifting right now.
Definitely are doing a lot of heavy lifting, and now on their way to getting the chicken dinner, re-securing their spot on the top that they kind of just lost in the previous 3 games, in fact. 3 players alive. Talon Esports both having dealt a lot of damage to each other, and Sem9 also wanting a piece of it right now. Sem9 probably should be looking forward to play this out a little slowly, a little more slowly, a bit more passively, because, well, they have the best chance out of all of these 3 teams. So look at that, South Korea out in the open, just spraying down one of the members of Team Secret, and another one make it 2, and that pretty much diminishes any chances of Team Secret of winning, as they will be eliminated from the server. Team Talon Esports, only 2 alive, 1 more knocked out, leaving only 1 guy alive. Sem9, it's a 1v3 situation for the Talon Esports member. Sasuke is going to be setting himself on fire. Maybe it's for the heroics, because he's going all out still. Cull is there, 1 HP to work around with. He's trying to heal himself back up, but he's not going to be given enough time, as Sem9 takes the chicken dinner for themselves, and once again, re-secures the spot, the probably top spot, back for themselves. What a game. Sem9 is back at it again.
They probably might have just overtook the side of Flash and regained their number 1 spot. This is looking really, really good for the side of Sem9, but this is a really good fight, between those top 2 teams, and I'm digging it. I kind of like it. Kind of like to see these 2 teams just facing off against each other. I mean, we would love to see 3 to 4 teams, but I mean, as long as it's not evident that there's going to be one winner, I will take it. Now, we will have to keep guessing until the end who's going to be the one coming out on top right now. Is it Sem9? Is it Flash? I mean, we'll have a sneak peek at the overall, but yeah, I mean, if we don't, then the anticipation is going to be, I believe, enjoyable.
I mean, I think they're gonna be keeping it hidden from us. I mean, even me and Edge both, we don't even know what's the total points right now. I mean, maybe if I was a super mad genius or something, I could have kept track, but I definitely am not one, and I don't really know how the rankings are changing. So yeah, it's really gonna be there for us to see by the end of today, I believe, and we are also gonna be getting to know who's the champion. But before that happens, right now, as it seems, be as it may, these teams are going at it each other. They're going at it for the first spot. Sem9, being pushed down to the second spot, but now reclaiming their position, probably reclaiming their position. And yeah, it's good stuff to be seen overall. The team stats for the chicken dinner winning team, of course, Sem9 is going to be good amount of damage to be seen. It is going to be crossing 1.5k, I believe. A really even amount of elimination to be seen. Four for all of the players except for one. Mika is going to be only walking away with one. I mean, it's good. It's good. This is exactly, the Sem9 kind of style that we usually get to see. These guys are always the opportunists, just like Tribe Aero Missy. Tribe Aero Missy, a bit of misfortune is always on their side. They're usually not able to get the chicken dinner, even though they hit at the very right time. It just doesn't kind of work out for them. But Sem9, when they're able to execute their strategy, it always kind of, ends up working out for them. So, yeah, there were good stuff to be seen for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tribe Aromas, you were talking about them, it just feels like that tribe is cursed, unfortunately. But for Sem9, it's the other way around. It always almost works out for them. Now, talking about MVP, it is going to be Jaiki from the side of Team Secret with 6 eliminations, 1392 damage? What?
Insane.
That's high. That's pretty high.
That's almost as much damage as the chicken dinner team. The entirety of chicken dinner team, by the way. That's a lot. These guys are, when they're, I mean, Juki, Jaiki, both of these duos, insane. These guys are usually doing a lot for their team when they are. I mean, Team Secret was still able to, survive until the very end. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely something to count for. So, yeah, the number seems very right. Seems very right to me.
5 knocks, 306 heal, 3 assists, survival time of 20 minutes and 58 seconds. One of the reasons why Team Secret, is it's kind of dominating right now, at least those fights. But we'll also take a look at the top 5 players. Let's see who are the others. And yeah, I mean, Yuri Johan has to be there most often than not. He's always there in the top 5. There's Win from Flash as well. Rosemary from Alter Egos has been performing really well these days as well. And Lapar from RIQ, another important key player for the side of RIQ. And very important, I mean, if he steps up a bit more, and I think RIQ have a really good chance to finish in the top 3 as well.
I mean, yeah, definitely do have a really, really good chance. I mean, the current amount of points that they have right now in their pockets, definitely do have a good chance of, making it out at least in the top 3 or something. Because they were looking pretty good, and the way they're, look at that. They are in the teams to watch right now. 8 eliminations for these guys. And the rest of the teams are going to be coming in with 12, 11, and 12, respectively. Good amount of damage. I mean, hey, Sem9 is not to be seen anywhere here. 2.7k done by Team Secret. 1400 coming in just from Jaiki. 2.5k on Alter Ego, and Talon's going to be coming in there with 2.3k. So yeah, those are some good numbers to be seen from these guys, and we're going to be, we unfortunately aren't going to be seeing how it's going to be affecting the overall ranking, but we are still going to be seeing what kind of points that these guys are going to be walking away with. Before we get to that, we are going to be watching with the match summary. 11k healing's done. Good number. I mean, hey, it is a rondo. We did, see a lot of heals and stuff come through, but we are going to be seeing how it all follows up. 3 eliminations, 3 grenade eliminations to be seen. Other than that, all the numbers are pretty usual, pretty normal. It's just it's usual stuff, except 1100 and 1100. What am I saying? 111 eliminations. That means that's a number kind of insane that it confused me as well. You don't get to see that many eliminations. Sure. There's a recall system. You gotta blame it. You gotta blame that. But
yeah, I think that's the highest number now.
That's a big number. So yeah, good stuff to see so far for all of these teams. And once again, we are going to be seeing how they all follow up with it.
Well, Sem9 once again on top. 23 points total of this map, of course. Talon with 18, thanks to those 12 eliminations. Team Secret gets 17 as well with the 12 elimination points. They all 3 go with 13. With only 2 placement points, those 11 eliminations definitely helped them. Vampire Esports with 9, Xavier once again with 9, Wine and RIQ both managed to get 8 eliminations each, but unfortunately no position placement. Team Flash and the Arena, 7 for them, same storyline. AZ Slumber, Tribe Aromas with 6 points each, Todak with 4, FaZe with 3, Exosphere with 2, Hora Esports with 2, well, Vikings with only 1, and unfortunately 52 Esports pretty early into the game, and something you usually don't see on the map of Rondo, they are going out with no points whatsoever.
Well, once again, an unlucky run for 52 Esports and a few other teams as well. I mean, Hora, Exosphere, and Vikings, all of these teams are not going to be walking away with a lot of points. And Todak too, honestly, Todak is kind of losing their position right now. And even though they're able to get the the eliminations early on, even though it was a rondo, there was the recall. They weren't really able to hold on hold on to their spot. I mean, hey, the strat the other teams were going with, just survive. Make your three players fight and just make one survive. That's the kind of strat you should be going on with Rondo, right? And Todak apparently has not really been able to do that so far, and it's kind of having an unlucky run. They are losing their position, which is a bad thing because hey, all of us know there's only 2 more maps to go. And you can't make that much of a difference. The highest number of points that we've seen being taken away from a single map is like 30. We've seen a team drop maybe a 20 bomber or something. Yeah, 31, something of the sort. So that's really all you can really do. I mean, hey, but 20 bomber is still something, right? And you can't really expect someone to maybe come up with 25 and still walk away with a chicken dinner or something. So 20 is a good number to assume, right? And so that means you can at most go away with only 40 more points now. Only 40 more points to be gained for all of these teams right now. And it can be any team. It can be any one of these teams. And that 40-point difference can make a huge difference for anyone who comes up with, a performance of the pretty much of the same fashion, right? And anyone can really do it right now because... And the reason I'm not saying like, yo, hey, let's go, you can do it. It's exactly the case. This is exactly the teams. These teams have been showing us exactly that really anyone shows up and just performs phenomenally well and ends up taking a lot of points for themselves. So yeah, it's just the outcome can really be anything, and that's really what these teams should be looking out for.
Definitely. I mean, never give up. I mean, there's still hope. There's still time. There's 2 maps left. Yes, I understand. It's we're going towards that end, but 2 maps is still a lot. I mean, if you see 230 bombers, that's plus 60 points to be earned by the teams here. So it could happen, and it could change the overall order in the overall standings, of course. But yes, we're done with Rondo. We have ERANGEL one last time in PUBG Mobile Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1. What are you expecting?
I mean, hey, we are gonna be seeing what kind of stuff happens on later on. I mean, yeah, it's just once again, it's the same story as not taking any bets. I mean, hey, what I was talking about the last time, right? Anyone can show up. Anyone can show up, and it's just not me taking trying to take any bets. Just trying to stay as unbiased as possible. I mean, sure, maybe deep down inside, the performances these guys have been putting up yeah, I mean, it kind of makes me a little biased, maybe, but still, I wouldn't, trying to be as objective as possible. I'm not trying to, call out any names just now. So just try to say, I mean, maybe I will by the end of maybe the last game, but that's like an Mr. Obvious thing, right? Obviously, these guys are gonna be winning.
Yeah, exactly.
The point difference is the point difference is already so huge that you can't really change a lot of things. So. Yeah, we are going to be seeing what kind of stuff that we get to see. And after this, of course, we have an ERANGEL and MIRAMAR to be played. I believe we should be going on to them pretty soon. Probably, the players are just getting back, maybe, drinking a little bit of water here and there, getting themselves refreshed once again and ready for battle, just equipping themselves, and probably are in the lobby right now. But yeah, we're going to be seeing that happen soon enough.
Definitely, and here we go. This is the final day. And the map rotations, well, this is what it looks like. AG Slumber started off the day very, very well and gave us hope that maybe they could actually make to the #1 page of the overall standings. But unfortunately, it's not the case. Team Flash, I believe that chicken dinner really, really helped them. And, well, they secured the #1 spot, which they probably lost now. But match number 3, Miramar, Team Flash came in second, I believe. Vikings stole that chicken dinner from them, and then Rondo, Sen9, brilliant performance from them, probably securing the #1 spot again. We don't really know; it's all just speculation. I mean, if there's someone out there with a calculator and with the math and patience, math skills, of course, maybe they probably have an understanding of who is going to be the number one team, and what are the teams in #2, #3 spot. And now moving on to ERANGEL for the final time here. As as Hall has said, Not taking any bets is probably the safest bet at the moment because anyone could show up. I mean, we've seen AZ show up like for the first time, I believe, in the grand finals. They did get a back-to-back in on day number one, but after that, they've just been nowhere. They won a playoff, by the way, not grand finals, of course. And grand finals, they're just at the bottom of the scoreboard. That match won't help them, get up to like 3, 4 positions, but that's about it. Once again, they're stuck. That was the that was like a slide for them, and then after that, it's just bumpy road now again, and that's not going to be the case. And Slumber, I believe, could possibly be aiming for a number 8 spot. At least get something out of this, right? Apart from experience, in terms of money, of course. Like, come on. I mean, you probably will be getting experience, but a little bit of money always helps.
Yep, definitely would be the case. And yeah, I don't really know, man. These teams, because like we had something to hold on to, right? When we had the rankings in front of our eyes. But right now we're all just left scratching our heads. We're just sitting there and we're like, what's up? What's up with the points? And is Sam9 back on the top? And we just don't really know, right? And honestly, we won't know until the end now. And we're gonna see. We're gonna see what really happens. And right now, we are now in the second last match, second last map of the entirety of the tournament. There are the teams in front of you, and they are gonna be dropping off onto ERANGEL.
Good flight path, if you ask me. Starting off from Primorsk to Stolber. You can go either way. You can go anywhere. So this is probably, I think, the best flight path we've seen in a really long time. Grand Finals day number 3 once again. Xavier, AZ Slumber, Wine, Team Flash. I mean, maybe not Wine. I believe they also have a chance to make it to the top 8 and stay there as well. Xavier probably are going to be the favorites to make it though. Team Flash now, on the other hand. How well can they capitalize? Let's see.
Well, the plane has crossed the main island, and the teams have dropped down, and looting is going to be beginning. Pretty chill phase for now. We are going to be seeing some drop clashes, but these teams have to be really careful about it this time because, of course, no recalls this time around. It's ERANGEL, and you have to be a lot more. That's such a nice take. I don't think, yeah, No Fear 911 can't do anything about the situation. The way these guys came in one by one and for the trade, I mean, yeah. Even if you somehow manage to take down 2, the third is gonna be there. Oh, jiggle, too much damage taken by Lou, bro. Get yourself into safety.
Oh my god, they're just gonna run at him?
No, oh my
god.
Oh,
no, not like this.
That's, I'm not quite sure if that's allowed or not even. But okay.
What? I mean, yeah, that's a violation for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's allowed.
It depends. Oh yeah, I mean, there are some tournaments and stuff that do ban it, so I'm not quite sure about this one.
What? You mean the BM? Ah.
That was an Evangelion skin. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I was talking. I thought you were talking about the way they just ran at him, with the knife. I was like, maybe you were just calling that not at all because that looked illegal.
You can do that. You can
3 players.
You
yeah,
can
exactly.
That, of course, it only looks and feels illegal, but you can definitely you're very much safe to do that.
In game, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, in game, please.
Yeah.
Now, Once again, this is the team that is the kings of Pochinki. I have not seen a single team even contest this, even once. We've seen ERANGEL 6 times now in 3 days, and not a single time was where Xavier contested in this area. Ooh, good shot! And guess what? Sem9, pack your bag because you're done for this map. They're gone already, and Team Flash with 4 eliminations, Gemini with only 1, which means there's a really good chance the Flash might actually take the #1 spot, considering that they're actually not in #1 anymore because of their the last chicken dinner going in the favor of Sem9. But regardless, Sem9 is gone, not anymore. Second team to be eliminated as well, which means they will not get any points whatsoever apart from the 1 elimination point. 1. And Sem9 can only have 1 more game after this. So this is a really good chance for Flash to absolutely go ham, go ballistic, and increase that lead. First of all, steal it, and then increase it.
No. Pretty chill so far. Sem9 and Horror being eliminated. Sem9 probably are going to be losing their spot soon enough. After this, we only have 1 more map to go. Sem9 is not going to have a lot of time to work around with. I mean, you know, get their points back and stuff.
Also, Ego, man down already, but is getting out. But everyone else is still surviving at the moment. 3 players with no elimination, unfortunately. Aura and Sem9 are the only 2 teams that are unfortunate enough to get eliminated pretty early into the game. Everyone else is chilling right now. Talon with a man down with 4 eliminations, and Flash with 4 eliminations. They'll be really confident and happy that their competitor is gone out of the equation at the moment, at least. And looks like FaZe might be in a bit of risky situation here. Rosemary trying to take him down. That vehicle now zooming away pretty quick. Rosemary might want to go for this fight. They might want to go for this chase. Might want to chase down the players on the side of FaZe and take them down pretty early because they are a little far away from each other. They are separated. But how far can they capitalize? How far are you willing to take this fight?
I mean, surely not much. Because, well, can't end up deadly on both sides. But right now, FaZe really split up, and Alter Ego's starting around. Shotgun can't really do much at that range. This is such a, you know, when you see those sharks or orcas playing on their, you know, just playing with their food and just circling them around. This exactly reminds me of that. But the food is now firing back because Krypton just lost his life and is also finished off. And Alter Ego seems like they might have just bit more than they could chew. And Cannery is going to be going down. Alter Ego on the comeback up is going to be finishing the kill, dealing enough damage to phase 2, but they're alive now, and maybe going at it with FaZe, going at it against FaZe wasn't the best idea out of all. And with that being said, Alter Ego is going to be losing their life, losing their entirety of the team, and leaving the server for now.
Another team leaving the server. FaZe, they were ready for that one and they're happy. They're going to be really, really happy that they got this elimination and the squad wipe as well. 56 players still surviving, 15 teams still in the server, 8 minutes on the clock. Stage 1 circle will be coming into play in 2 minutes. I believe this could potentially be the chill phase of the match, where we will just see teams just waiting, collecting loot, positioning, strategizing, and of course, taking any opportunities that they can to get those extra finishes and obviously extra placement points.
sure. No. I can still hear some shots go off, but nobody's really too keen on taking a fight on this. Good to see, good to see. Decisive still alive. Have one elimination to their name. And the way that they've been performing in the recent games, their number definitely must have been bumped up a little bit on the overall rankings, and that's definitely good for them, because I think that's something that they've been trying for a while now, and we're just being really unlucky with it, and being finally able to accomplish it is definitely something nice to see. Try MIRAMAR. One can only hope and one can only pray for these guys that they do end up getting a chicken dinner, because they are really unlucky, even when they're able to put up a really nice performance. Tribe MIRAMAR might just be one of my personal favorites when it comes to playing situations. I mean, sure that they're not able to follow through, they're not able to capitalize on their actions. It's just the way that they approach it. These guys in Team Flash, both of these guys, their positioning and the way that they approach, and surprisingly, they're the ones fighting right now. The way they approach situations is it's really nice to see. Yeah, the TPP information is gonna be there, and Zeus apparently not wary of that at all. He's kind of focused on another one from Tribe MIRAMAR, and he's gonna be knocked out. And I don't really know if Team Flash can help him in this situation, because the other two are pretty far away, and Zeus is now knocked out, bleeding out. That's the map. These guys are probably finding some more. They are going to be dealing a lot of damage, but just yet. Oh, look at that! Look at that! A lot of gunfire being received by Decisive. Need to get into safety. 52 Esports, even though despite having lost a few members, well, only one member off of their team, they don't exactly want to feel. They don't really feel like they want to go. They want to let.
For sure. And the fight between Dota and Exos there. It looks like it's not going to stop anytime soon. And we have a player drowning as well. Oh boy, Exo, Spear. Can this get any worse for them? They're not in a good spot. They're not in a good spot on the overall as well. They have two more players standing. The one player is drowning and knocked, so I don't think he can survive this. He's probably gonna get drowned to his death. There you go. He is gone. He will be taken down, consumed by the water, if you may. Now we will, shift focus to the fight between AC Slumber and Team Secret. Team Secret, once again, another team that has been really dominant and can actually switch up their playstyles very well. I believe the experience that they're bringing in is insane. Same thing could be said to about the side of Talon. I think the Talon is one of those teams with multiple game styles, multiple play styles. So they kind of adapt to the server. Whereas teams like Xavier or they go full on aggressive mode. But other teams, especially the two teams that I just named, the side of Team Secret and Talent, I feel at least from watching them over the course of the 5 days, I feel like they have this better adaptation when compared to other teams.
Seems to be the case right now. We have our eyes on the arena up really close to 52 Esports, and another team also there in the vicinity. That is going to be, of course, Decisive, who were battling it out with 52 Esports for quite a while now.
arena, trying to see if they can get a point or two here. But they can understand that Xavier are not someone to be, reckoned with and taken lightly. Yes, obviously, they are not having a good time, sure. But we all know how deadly they were in the playoffs. In the last 2 games, come on, you don't want to risk it anymore. You want to get as many points as possible in terms of eliminations and, of course, in terms of victory points before you end the day. Final day of Grand Finals, of course.
And look at that. Long range sprays to be seen. Damage. Only chip damage, really. Nothing much really secured, and Joker are really close to decisive. He sees gun out, trying to get the knockout, the knockout. Voy, in the meantime, is also going to be kicked out of the server right now. 2 teams now alive, and well, look at that. Joker is going to be able to take one down off of decisive, and Terry is already there to finish him off, and he's going to be finishing him off with the vehicle elimination. That's one that we've ever seen in this game, at least. I love the coordination on this one. I mean, the EA, the way that they're playing around each other. Joker being able to get that knockout, and Turney just following. I said Terry before, but yeah, Turney following up with the vehicle, and just finishing the kill as well. And now all of them are going to be able to group up. Yeah, 4 of them still alive, 3 eliminations at the bag, playing it out really, really well so far. But once again, the highest team with the highest eliminations is still going to be Tribe with all 4 alive too. Whereas the teams have taken either considerable amount of damage, or they just don't have enough amount of kills. And teams like 52 Esports, despite having done much, only having 1 kill in their bag, have lost 3 of their members. So 15 minutes in, it is looking pretty good for some, and well, not so good for some. So only time is really going to tell how these teams advance and what kind of picture is going to be painted for us to see around the end of this map.
Definitely, and can't really tell what position Tribe are in right now. But this Nepali powerhouse, they have 7 eliminations already. They've been always there, up with the number of eliminations. Same thing could be said for Xavier, another Vietnamese powerhouse, and they are just unable to accumulate those position points. In terms of eliminations, they are top tier. They could potentially be one of the teams with the highest, and as we talked about them, they will be eliminated, unfortunately, 13th position. This time, I don't think it's a cost discuss, because there was only 1 player surviving. I mean, it was about time that he was going to get taken down there regardless. So, yeah, we're down to 12 teams, 37 players, but these 2 teams need to work on their position placements. Apart from that, I think everything else is going really good. But as I said, having to adapt. One thing that these teams are, unable to do is that they can't accumulate position points. And Joker, they just ran into it. Joker is gonna get taken out, and so is the entirety of the squad. EA, they're gone just like that in the blink of an eye. 12th position for them, and only 3 eliminations. I'm sorry. Team Secret, they're gonna be happy about this.
Kills to be seen right and left. RRQ, they have their eyes on FaZe clan right now. The play zone is going to be starting to move, and that's going to be, well, RRQ's Qs who also start moving along with it. Meowlag is going to be also fired a few shots. And well, no damage to be seen so far. The number of total teams has dwindled quite a lot. It's now a total of 10, with 30 members alive in total from all of the teams collectively. And a lot of teams have lost a lot of members. Talon only working around with 2, FaZe only 1, Team Flash also only 2. Not looking very good for these guys, but still can make something out of their situation that they're in right now. KNS. Oh, cooking a nade out in the open, not a good idea, but he down to 1 HP. First aid out, and that's the best he can do. And there's a nade being thrown at him. And I think it's going to be pretty accurate because these guys are always very good with their nade, and it definitely will be. And yeah, there you go. Canis downed. And only one guy now left on Exosphere's side. And once again, you know, one last dire attempt, but the spray down is going to be really, really good. First aid out instantly, trying to heal back up. No medicine other than maybe just energy drinks to work around with. And there you go. As soon as he peeks, look at the amount of damage coming in from that side. Oh my god. That was like a, what, a half a second peak? And the moment he did that, he received so much damage in return. And now that he doesn't have any more first aid to work around with, he has to rely on the bandages. And he doesn't even have all that many bandages either. Just only 2 left and a few energy drinks. Yeah, this Exosphere is pretty much done for. Situation is looking really, really bad. But FaZe, the guy who was, you know, the one pressuring Exosphere, is also going to be taken down as RQ steps into the game, says hello, and takes one down. And now they know that he was definitely fighting with one more guy, and they're out on the hunt now.
9 teams, 27 players, Vampire. With 3 eliminations and 3 players surviving right now. They could come out on top. But the team everyone's looking out for right now is probably going to be Triberomacy with 8 eliminations already. Secret with 6. Hazy Slumber and Vampire. This could be a fight. They have to be careful here. Hazy Slumber out in the open as well. They have to make their way back in the circle as well. Stage 4 circle will be dealing enough damage there to cause some trouble. Team Secret, on the other hand, they have a player bleeding. Smokes are going to be deployed. I mean, in terms of smokes deployed, I don't think anyone can beat that. I mean, the last game and the game before that, they have just been deploying smokes everywhere. And right now, Jikey gets taken down thanks to the S12 once again. Team Secret, they're losing players. Ooh, an explosion knock. Or was that a kill? I'm not really sure, but Team Secret with only 2 players surviving right now. There's not a lot that can happen here, but VPA, that is Vampire, they're taking down the players on the side of AZ Slumber. They are not going to let this one slide. They will make sure to get these confirmations as well pretty early, so they make sure that no one else steals them. And there's no way that, you know, even if they go down, they let go of a point here. They want to make sure that they get the point as soon as possible. 5 points now on the side of Vampire. Is that another team? That is another team in the vicinity. I believe that was that Faye? That was Talon? It is Talon. It is Talon.
Yeah.
Kodak is also there.
Well, there you have it. Everyone has ramped it up now. Team Secret, with that being said, is now going to be eliminated from the server, leaving only the last 7 teams alive. The number is not looking very, very good. There's a lot of teams here. Vampire Esports also struggling quite a lot. We are going to be seeing a vehicle elimination, or maybe not. No, that's his teammate. Oh boy. Oh, really? Again, well, what is he trying to do? But, well, we aren't going to see a revive come through, and that's good for Vampire Esports. One more guy secured. One more guy, one member up. That's 1 number up, and that's definitely going to be helping these guys. That nade is a little too close for comfort for these guys. Boost layer, right in the smoke. Vampire Esports definitely aware of that. Yeah, he sees him. He sees him. The vehicle is really, really damaged, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to stay there any longer. He's trying to see what he wants to do about the situation because, well, Boost layer still present there, and how do you even tackle a situation like this? Because, well, your vehicle is smoking. You're not in very good health either. Your teammates are down. What do you do?
You pray.
Pretty much.
And the best thing to do. You pray and hope to find an opening and try not to be crossed by a vehicle, of course. And, well, I mean, he did the first part. I'm pretty sure he's praying already. Now the opportunity. Can he seize it is the question. Talon, 1 extra point could be the difference between 8 and 9. Could be the position difference, of course. Let's see if he can actually put the DBS to good use. Trying to move left, right, and everywhere. Taking a lot of damage, and the M4 close range wins the fight. Vampire, they get themselves another. We're down to 5 now. 13 players still in the server. Todak Tribe, Flash, Vampire, and RRQ. Tribe and Todak, well, 4 players each. RIQ with 3. So there's a lot, a lot going on for them. But on the other hand, Vampire and Flash, they only have 1 each. And Flash, they're going to be happy about this because they're already in the top 5. They want to, if they can get any more points from here on further, they'll be thanking their lucky stars because anything helps them to, on their way to the #1 spot and also manage the lead, maintain a lead, and actually build it first. But for now, the zone will be closing in, which means yet again, there's going to be a slight rotations coming in from every single team here. And RIQ, they just want to be, just at the edge of the circle here. Make sure they don't, they don't go out in the open and be in a risky position. But the circle, it will push them out.
Well, top 5 teams left now. Kodak with a really good chance of, well, that just increased 40% now. Not a lot of opposition, and these guys can definitely make it happen. Currently going at it up against, well, they were going at it, Tribe, but they're going to be shot down by one of the teams. That's going to be RQ. Still they haven't exactly lost the teammate. Can definitely get the revive in, but they're a little split up. Frenzy right now is going to be damaged, sprayed down. Oh, that's a lot of damage to be taken. But should be able to get himself into safety. Kodak getting the revive in. Tops once again being the last member alive on Team Flash side. These guys have been able to achieve a lot for their teammates, and, well, right now the battlefield is obviously RQ's and Todak's. But Team Flash and Vampire Esports still present in the vicinity, and it's going to be a while before these guys actually start to take a fight because, well, there is a bit of a distance between them. And once again, it's a similar situation with Tops and RQ. Tops is being in a pinch right now. Pitch over the Vampire Esports player, as we haven't exactly seen him in a while, and he's just probably hiding in the corner, and there we go. He's going to be eliminated soon enough, found out. Pinch is going to be naded out. 1 by 1.
I mean, another chance for the side of Tribe, and unfortunately, they're gone again. They came so close yet again, but yet so far. But we're right now. RIQ, really the players. Well, Kodak might be the favorites as RIQ. They're gone. And the 4v1 Tops, there's nothing he can do. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Come on. I mean, I know he's good. I know he's good. But this is just a bit too much, unfortunately. Either way, they're going to be happy with the amount of points, with the absurd amount of points they were able to accumulate at the end. They're going to be happy with their team class, but it is going to be Kodak finally getting a second dinner for them. Once again, back in that contention of being at the #1 spot, because I think this game probably helped them secure a lot of points and also close out the distance between them and the #2 and the #1 spot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kodak was kind of losing their spot in the rankings there, and with this, now they're finally going to be back at it. I mean, they were probably able to get a lot of elimination in this game, as we're going to be seeing soon enough with the chicken inner stats, of course, but this should be putting them much closer to the competition. And obviously, since we only have one more map to go, only about 30 or so, or maybe 20 or 30 points to be gained now, we should be seeing all of these teams pushing their ultimate best, just trying their best and trying to get those points in, and just pushing their positions up the ranking as much as they can. So we are going to be seeing how that actually ends up happening and how it goes for teams like Todak, for teams like Sem9, who are already up there and are just really contending for the spots. But yeah, here are the stats. Todak, once again, good numbers to be seen here. We can see these guys coming out with roughly 12, I think 12 or 11 eliminations. Yeah, that's going to be 11. And roughly 1,500 damage. I think that's more than 1,500. So yeah, Nothing too crazy, but nothing too bad either. Those are good numbers. We usually see lesser numbers coming in from even the likes of Sem9, who sometimes even get the chicken dinner. So yeah, good stuff to be seen from these guys. Good performance. Just grabbing the chicken dinner at the very end. Kind of played for the passive approach this time around. Not really taking a lot of. You could just kind of tell from the damage that these guys weren't really trying to take a lot of fights around the map this time around. So yeah, good stuff, and definitely deserve the win.
Totally. Apart from Frenzy, everyone pretty much doing damage, getting those price confirmations as well. And Cleon is going to be the MVP of the match with 5 eliminations, 618 damage, 2 knocks, 41 heal, 2 assists, and a survival time of 25 minutes and 2 seconds on the map of Erangel, of course. That is the penultimate map. We only have one more left after this, but yeah, we'll jump into that in a bit. But for now, let's take a look at the top 5 players as well coming in. I'm pretty sure there has to be players from the side of Flash. Could be a player from Tribero Messi, and there it is. Actually, no one from Flash, but 2 players on the side of Tribero Messi. It's Delta and Rig with 4 eliminations each, and Vampire Meow also did very very well. I believe Vampire were also the favorites at one point. Unfortunately, they could not close it out. Manap did with 3 eliminations, did well as well. Kodak, where does this put them on the overall? That is a question I have. And can they perform similar way? Maybe if they do, somehow manage to get as many points as they did in this match, maybe they could get back their second position, if not first.
Well, maybe. That is for time to tell because we're not going to be seeing the overall rankings soon enough. But right now, yeah, good numbers overall. Good stuff to see. Teams to watch are going to be Tribero Messi, of course, Todak, Vampire Esports, Team Secret. All of them coming in at 12, 11, 7, and 6 eliminations. Good amount of damage to be seen from these guys. Tribero Messi kind of blowing out the competition. I mean, 2.4k damage. Right on the spot, actually. And, well, good stuff overall. Good stuff overall. Todak, a little less, actually a lot less damage than Tribero Messi to be seen, but still. It's good. I mean, as long as it lets them, walk towards victory, get the win, and just walk out safely. That's the most important part. It's good enough. But yeah, again, we have been seeing these guys show up consistently, especially Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports has been doing really, really well today. So yeah, 2 grenade eliminations, match summary, 6.4k healing done, 66 eliminations in total, 4 vehicle eliminations. That's a lot. We even saw a few with our own eyes. So that was fun. And yeah, that's really about it. Normal numbers to be seen here.
Yeah, I mean, pretty decent. 4 vehicle eliminations, though. That is good. 66 total eliminations, as you said. But Turnic with the longest elimination on the map. So with this, we probably conclude Erangel. We will now be taking a look at the match standings to see how many points these teams managed to accumulate here on the penultimate map of the Asia Pro West Chapter 1. And Turnic is going to be coming out on top, of course, with 21 total points. Tribero Messi, the highest number of eliminations, but once again, with only 3 position points, they bring their total up to 15. Flash, thanks to just that player top surviving till the end, managed to secure 6 position points. They will be, getting up to 11 points. RIQ with 11 as well. Vampire with 11. Talon and Team Secret with 7 each. AZ Slumber with 3. Xavier, EA, FaZe also with 3 points. Alter Ego, 52 Esports, and Sem9, unfortunately, were able to get only 1. Voin, Vikings, Exosphere, and Hora unable to accumulate any point whatsoever. They have not a great day today as well. I mean, all these teams, as a matter of fact, if you ask me, this area we expect a lot more. This is not going to be enough, but once again, we will probably not be looking at the overall standing. So once again, if anyone's really good with the math, with the calculations, and have the patience, you guys probably know the match rankings yourself. But yeah, I mean, it's for someone who doesn't want to do all of that. I suggest you guys just chill and just take a seat, buckle up, and just wait. Patience is the key sometimes. We will be letting you know after the next match, of course. It's going to be time for the last match. Miramar coming in now. What are your expectations coming into this one?
I mean, we've already seen Miramar go by a lot of times, and we already kind of know that what kind of pace these guys take on Miramar. Obviously, it being a really, really big map, as we always say, teams do like to take their time on this one, right? They just want to play it out really slowly, take their time looting. We are always having, some sort of, we are always having drop clashes, we're always having stuff like that happen, but regardless of that fact, it's really kind of slow. It takes their time. You kind of have to wait until the 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark to actually get the action happening. So we are gonna have to wait to see that. But yeah, other than that, the once again, just kind of putting it out there once again. This is the last map. And really, the only chance that these teams are going to be getting to, shuffle up those rankings. And once again, the only chance these teams are going to be getting at, deciding that who's going to be the first, second, third, and so on. So I think a lot is on the line here. A lot is on the line here. I mean, sure. You could put it in a way that all of the maps that we've seen so far, cumulatively impact how many rankings, how many points these teams have, and how they affect the rankings. Sure, that is true, obviously. But like, if you kind of just be a little oblivious, be a little ignorant to all that, and just think about it in a way that. This is the map. This is the map that's going to make the difference of thousands of rupees. And that just makes it a lot more... I mean, that's really not wrong to say right now for a lot of teams. Because, once again, we haven't really seen that amount of points these teams have right now. But, I mean, just guessing right off my head, just, shooting arrows in the dark, they're probably really, really close. And this final map that we're going to be experiencing is going to be making a really, really big difference for a lot of these teams here. So... I don't even know if they know how many pounds they're working around with. I'm not sure. But they probably don't. They probably don't even care, honestly, because all they really probably do care about right now is just putting out their absolute best and getting to that final stage and getting onto that podium. So yeah, I think I'm really expecting good stuff. And once again, a really high pressure map to be seen because obviously being the very, very last map of the entire tournament, I'm expecting big things.
I mean, definitely. I mean, as you said, they probably don't care about the points, but they kind of do. But they're not worried about it right now. I mean, as long as you're performing great, you don't really worry. You don't need to really worry about your standings and the overall. Of course, you will be doing good if you're performing great and making sure that you accumulate enough points and consistently continue to do so. But as you said, this is the final map. This could potentially, every single point could potentially mean thousands of rupees. So there's a lot at stake, and this is no ordinary Miramar. This is going to be a very costly Miramar for sure. We still have not seen a lot of sniper action. I still have hopes. I mean, to be really honest, I still feel like maybe this match we will get to see a kill or two at least. Pull out the big guns. Maybe one sniper rifle at least being used. Maybe a CAR 98, if not AWM, will be used to probably take down a player or two. But regardless, it is going to be an amazing matchup for sure. That is going to be 100% true for sure. But at the same time, teams at the bottom, because they kind of understand that there's no way that they can make it to top 8 even sometimes, right? So what do you? I mean, there's two ways to go with it, right? You either just go with your game plan, try to execute the things you know best, or disrupt the flow of the game. Might as well just go in ham, go in full ballistic mode, try to take down the top teams, because we already know where these teams are going more often than not, right? Might as well just drop down where Team Flash, maybe 7-9, maybe even Toadette are going to be dropping in. Try to take them down, because if you do, yes, I mean, come on, you will not be taking their spot, of course, but you will be the team that disrupts the entire momentum right now, especially for the top teams. They're going to be really, really not happy with the way it would go if that actually happens. And it also gives chance to the middle order, right? So anyone can do it. I don't think anyone in the middle order would be doing it because they still have a really good chance to probably secure a better spot. But the ones at the bottom, the ones who understand that there's no way in hell that they are making it to the number one, at least the number one page in the overall standing. So I think it could be a little, maybe I'm just being a little self-cathartic right now, but I think I would love to watch it.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely is the case right now. But I mean, kind of just mentioning it again. the way that you said that, even the teams that are that have no hopes of making it out on the top anymore, they can just go ham and just ruin it for the others. I mean,
Yeah.
that's definitely that's. I mean, they can't really ruin it for the others, but they can definitely deter them a little from doing so. So yeah, that's definitely one way to go about it. And honestly, I mean, hey, you made it to the finals. This is the finals, right? And even if you don't get into a position where you're gonna get the money, you can still put up a good performance and maybe become a MVP, maybe become a fan favorite team. You never know. You never know. So yeah, those things exist. And other than that, of course, just I mean, hey, we all know that these competitive games like these are not simply played for the I mean, sure, who doesn't like winning? What's the point at the end of it if you don't win? But at the end, it's really just there's also the factor of getting to experience good games, right? Even if you do lose, sure, you tried your best. The way you coordinate, the entire essence of PUBG itself, that's something as well. So I think that's something these teams will be happy about too. And just simply just having made it to the finals, that's something to stand for too. But yeah, with that being said, we're now reaching, to the final stage, final map of this tournament, and the teams are going to be starting interesting. Play line once again is going to be dissecting the map diagonally this time around, and very interesting actually. And we should be seeing a pretty even drop all across. I mean, should be getting pretty evenly populated.
Yeah, pretty basic, pretty default flight path, you could say, starting off, just around La Cabrera, ending towards Puerto Paraiso. So things could, as you said, players can possibly just go everywhere that they want, any part of the map. It's all open. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Final day, final game of the grand finals of Asia Pro West Chapter 1. Well, it's time to see which team will be getting that final chicken dinner here. Is it going to be one of the top teams? Is it going to be anyone at the bottom, or is it going to be a surprise entry from the middle order? Let's see if Team Flash, 7-9, or Todak can actually secure a chicken dinner and probably make sure that they keep on that dominant run of theirs continuing.
Well, for sure. But again, since the game just started, I mean, hey, look at that, Team Flash haven't even touched base yet. They're still high in the sky, and we're paragliding down right now. Currently, they do have a few teams really close to them, and I believe that's going to be AZ Slumber. Both of these teams actually have been in the teams to watch pretty consistently, which means we are going to be seeing drop fights happening really, really soon, and the outcome could really be anything, honestly, because once again, the RNG factor, whoever gets to get the better gun and win the better position, and you can't really, a lot of things are just really out of control. Obviously, you try to minimize them by your own skill, but there are still stuff that you can't really do much about. Team Flash, though, currently seem like they want to increase the distance between them and AZ Slumber. They're just running out. So we're going to see where it all goes.
Yeah, but I mean, we already see a couple of knocks on the kill feed there, but regardless, Team Flash, I feel like they're going to be playing a little safer, maybe. This is the final game. They need to make sure they get that #1 spot back if Sam9 have stolen it already. So things are looking good for them and Todak as well, as a matter of fact. All three teams now up there for contending to see who's going to be the one coming out on top. Todak, I believe, were a little further away, so I'm not really sure, but definitely between Sem9 and Flash. And if Sem9 get eliminated pretty early and Flash survives to the top, or vice versa, then we pretty much are looking at our new champions. But for now, a little quiet session before we actually engage into any of these fights, because I don't think anyone wants to go for those drop clashes as of now. It's only 3 minutes into the game. Last Miramar, I believe 3 minutes. We already had a couple of pretty early eliminations, and just as I say that, we do have one player getting eliminated from the side of Exosphere.
Oh, pretty chill so far. Not much to be seen anywhere on the map. You only can see Sem9 for now. As I say that, they are currently battling it out with Exosphere. Should be able to get a few more. Kind of seems like it's freebies for these guys. One of Sem9 is low HP, but the rest are not, and the rest can definitely make a lot out of the situation. There's one alive, like an Exosphere, very far away, and I believe they are gonna go for, you know, for the squad wipe, but come on, heal up, get in, buddy. We're going for that one last one. Are we? Okay, we're not. We're gonna let Exosphere survive.
A little too silent, to be honest, for my comfort. 5.5 minutes. And, well, no real fights to be witnessed anywhere. Just like so, Spear. Just 3 players down, and well, this probably is, gonna be very unlucky for other teams when they realize that 7-9 are the ones getting those early eliminations. 3 as well. Very important game for them. Very important game for side of Flash, and an even more important game for the side of Kodak. This is the final chance to get in that top 2 positions. They not only need the chicken dinner, they also need to get plenty of eliminations. They need a 30 bomber for sure to get into the top 1 spot.
No. Why do these teams? No, I don't like this. Honestly, I mean, personally, yeah, I'm not a big fan of teams, you know, teabagging and stuff, and anything of the sort. But yeah. Be as it may, it's a part of the sport. Again, though, no teams have especially done like anything at all. Look at the board, right? It's a line of zeros right now, with only Sem9 and DX having 3 and 1 eliminations for themselves. We should be seeing that number change pretty soon, but it is pretty unusual because almost 8 minutes, 7 minutes and a half has passed. They have passed, and we haven't really seen anything happen so far. And yeah, it is a little, you know, uncanny. You don't really see stuff like this happening.
Vampire could also be another team that probably could go up, a little higher on the overall standings. But let's see. The circle once again, man. Come on, I thought maybe the last game, PUBG Gods, will give us a better circle, but this is just basic. This is just going right in the center. This is not what I've been looking for. Like, come on, make it interesting. Tribaramus is really far away in the circle right now. Talon, everyone's, as I said, every other team, they're just playing really, really slow. Everyone's playing it cautiously and safely. Everyone understands this is the most important game for them in the entire tournament, and everyone wants to accumulate as many points as possible.
No, once again, almost 10 minutes to have passed, and nothing has really happened so far. Teams really taking it slow. I mean, hey, obviously the last map, and they're just being extremely cautious this time around.
I like this though. I mean, in a way that I like how teams are willing to change, the circumstances, of course, and when you say those players can't really say the same for them. They are eliminated. That's the end of the journey for them in this tournament. I mean, it's probably the end of the journey for everyone, of course, but they just got their ticket a little early to leave.
Well, again, right now. This is interesting to see how. I mean, the problem is, right? The more silent, the more silent it is, the faster the circle starts moving in the later stages of the game, right? And then it's gonna be all the more chaotic. If nothing happens right now, it's gonna be absolute chaos by the end of it as well. So, I mean, it's really inevitable of what these teams are trying to avoid, right? If you're trying to avoid chaos, if you're trying to take control of things, I don't think you can, buddy, because you are eventually gonna get to it.
Circle once again collapsing a bit more, going a little lower towards Das Chumacera, towards Del Valle, Minas Del Valle there. It's still a lot of loss, Leonas. The 16 teams, 64 players. We have all the teams with all the players, and as I say that, we do see a couple of knocks and a confirmation as well. And guess what? It is Flash. They're finally showing up to the party. They will get 1 point for them, and RIQ, they might face the likes of Torak here. They have to be careful.
RQ up close to Todak right now. Oh, yet another sports car. That's a 911, or I don't know. I think that's an old 911, yeah. Not letting myself get distracted by these cars too much. Oh, whoa. Finally have some eyes on our action. Some action. Look at this. Horror going up against D-Xavier. Damage has been dealt on one side of the teams. D-Xavier, look at that. Not looking good at all. The revive, unfortunately, not able to come in. D-Xavier losing one of their players now. Another one is really low, too. And with only one player live, now I don't think they can do much against Sora. Oh, whoa, he's there for the fight. He's not going down. He's like, oh, what? This is exactly what we were talking about at the start of the game. I mean, hey, if they can't get it for themselves, why let anyone else get it either?
Probably. That kind of makes sense. Just 9 points to the other teams. And Xavier, well, this is turning out to be a disaster of a game. Started off well with one point, but after that, 1 point is all that they could get. Look at FaZe. Rosemary is down. Rosemary has been a key factor, a key player for the side. And, well, now Rodrigo, they're closing in on FaZe with the help of Vampire as well. Oh boy, that is not a good thing for all three egos. They're getting taken down by the side of Vampire as well. They're surrounded. These vampires. They don't only come out at night. These hunt you out in the open in the broad daylight. They will cut you open and eat you alive.
Well, they definitely do seem like they want to do that. Nade being cooked by Vampire Esports. Go once again really close. Shotgun out. Oh! Battle of the shotguns way too strong. Vampire Esports is going to be one taken down, but the backup is there, and Alva is really low right now. That nade might as well just be very good, because all that's really needed is, well, only a bit of chip damage to take down the entirety of Alter Ego. And that, with that being said, they are now gone. No survival points for these guys. Only 6 points to take away because of the eliminations. Vampire Esports still standing strong with 7 eliminations in total, and now they're going to be Oh, they're being shot at by the arena, it seems, and once again, to escape, otherwise the arena is gonna be fiending on them as well. Good return fire coming in. The arena, a counter knock coming through as well though, and going back for the revive as they are able to take down Vampire Esports 2. The top 2 heaviest hitters right now so far have now been eliminated.
The big team's gone. I mean, they did manage to secure a decent amount of eliminations, 13 among those 2 teams, but 7-9 and Flash are going to be the ones everyone's looking out for. And Todak as well, if you ask me. These 2 teams are going to be interesting and very careful as well with the way that they're playing right now. To Esports, on the other hand, not a lot that could be done in terms of their overall standings, but they would love to, you know, get a chicken dinner and spoil things for other teams here. They could disrupt the flow, as we've talked about it. Maybe not taking down the big dogs, but if they could just get as many points as possible and get a, you know, victory, they will go out with a bang, right? I mean, you're going down anyway. Might as well just go out with a bang.
Exactly, and that's kind of the approach a lot of these teams seems like they're kind of taking here. And well, 13 teams alive now as we approach the end of this tournament and getting closer and closer to our actual winners.
Alright, Esports 3 eliminations, just holding on right now. 13 teams, 46 players still in the server. 17-minute mark. Stage 3 will be coming into play anytime soon. Just holding on to that position. Trying to see if you can take down the player on the side of 7-9, but you have to be careful because they're the ones at the top of the hill, quite literally and figuratively. As I say, you come for kings, you better not miss. And 7-9, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So you can't really be taking that fight unless you're very sure that you can actually manage to pull it off and take it completely in your favor. In the meanwhile, Messi and Boyan are going to be going against each other. Gantia, what are you doing? I mean, you could see him. I'm not really sure what he was doing. He was just out in the open. Now, Delta and Zwei are the only ones standing. Will they be going for this? I mean, to answer your question, Holler, that is how they go on top of those riches with the use of the vehicles. They're beautiful use as well.
I mean, yeah, after this many hours in the game, you're bound to see efficiency with the vehicles, and now Triger is really close. One right now, Mochi 5 is going to take a lot of damage. Akaza 5 also taken down. Beautiful shotgun being fused right here. Potato 5 also now is going to be in the vicinity. Nades are being cooked, nades are being thrown. The one is going to be reaching there earlier. It's going to be pretty much missing though. Not a lot of damage dealt. Some nades in return too. What exactly is going to be the outcome of the situation? Oh, there you go. There you have it. There you have it. Perfectly done. I mean, hey, still a lot of damage dealt to, I mean, Tribermacy right now, but good enough, good enough.
just one player standing at the moment. And Hora, well, they're going to be facing the likes of Lewis now, the only one standing. He's going to get as many points as possible, immediately securing the kill on the Nofia 911. Lewis with 3 eliminations all by himself, carrying the team, and now Jiggle, I believe he's the only Hora standing right now. Fourth one as well, found is really low, cautious. Lewis could actually make this work. If the insurance has been thrown perfectly, he could push out the player out and then take him down, but the zone is going to be against him. He's out in the open. Jiggle. Taking a bit of damage. Grenade is being cooked. Lewis, will he be able to understand this? Will he be able to dodge? This is the question. The grenade deals a bit of damage. Jiggle's out in the open, running in, but the heal will be coming in from Lewis. Jiggle, he is going to get spotted. Lewis now still taking damage, thanks to the blue zone. Will be coming in up close, the person with the DPS, but the M4 and DPS now out in the open. What a play! Lewis from Xavier not only eliminates the players on the side of Hora, but he manages to make sure that his team survives still, getting an extra couple of points, 3 actually. And in the meanwhile, he will be surviving in the top 11 now as we move on to E-Arena, getting back in the circle. They might face off 52 Esports.
Right now, E-Arena now up against 52 Esports. Joker is going to be dealing a bit of damage, actually getting the finish as well off of one teammate's off 52 Esports, healing himself back up. The rest of 52 Esports, 2 players alive, still nearby. EA Esports doing pretty well for themselves with 4 players alive right now. We are already almost in the top 10 of the game. Team Flash up close to leave us. Tops, one of the best players we've seen so far in these finals. He has been doing so much for his team, and currently they're trying to scout out where exactly that Xavier player is, where exactly Levis is right now, and they are slowly, checking each area one by one and are bound to find him out sooner or later. Right now he's cooking up a nade, and that's bound to give away his location. Now Bo's far away with the sniper. Well, not really the sniper, but they use them for like a sniper, that's for sure. And to the other side, 52 Esports also battling it out with the arena. Nade is being cut, but Joker already closing up the distance. The raid is going to be really good, but the counter knock is going to be there. And with that being said, the final 2 players remaining off of DX and 52 both are now eliminated, leaving only 9 players alive in the server.
Another fight. This is an important fight as well. It's 7-9. They might get taken off here. RIQ, you have to be careful. Flex try the only one standing right now. This grenade could be the death of him. The grenade, it is not going to be the death of him, actually. Will not be dealing enough damage, but the weapon will be coming up in personal. DBS gets taken off. There you go. Team Flash now. They have to do a lot. I mean, they're already in the top 8, which means they will be starting to count those position points from here on forward. But 7-9, they already have 5 eliminations. Team Flash with 3. Chumasera, once again, that's where the circle's going in. Team Flash, they gotta be really cautious. I believe the circle's gonna be out in the open, so it's gonna be just one hill that is gonna be coming out in the final circle. So it's gonna be a lot of utilities being thrown. Once again, we've seen Team Flash be really good with the amount of smoke grenades that they deploy, with the amount of HE grenades, and just the overall utility usage is it's phenomenal from this team. So let's see how things are gonna be coming in, moving on from here on forward. But for now, EA with 7, RIQ with 5, Cyber with 4, Flash and Todak with 3 eliminations each. Flash and Todak, they're still really, they still have a really good chance to maybe make it to the top 1 spot, top 2 even for Todak. Powers get 1, beautiful. Confirms it as well, did he? He did, Zeus! With the help of the M4, gets 1 onto Joker. EA now paying the price of being out in the open. They have to be cautious as we move down to the other fight between Viking and Talon. Talon paying the price now. They're just gonna get taken off. There's one player in the smoke. It's unannounced. It's unrelayed information. But RIQ and Flash They're putting the screws to the side of the arena, and I believe they are eliminated right now in 8th position as well. Team Flash, they're moving up the charts. This could potentially be them coming out on top.
There you have it. These guys are these guys are long-range demons right now, and having eliminated 2 teams, EA and RQ back-to-back, 6 teams now left. Circle's closing soon enough, and well, the space is going to be much less, and the teams are going to come close to each other, and we're finally approaching the final stages. There you go. The Team Flash is having a go. They're having a blast. And they're just going absolutely bananas at everyone they see. They start firing and they start getting those kills in. 7 eliminations already, 4 people surviving still. They're having really a blast, and I think it might just be Team Flash who ends up as the winner. But hey, the tides can change. The tides can definitely change because, well, you have good teams alive still. Vikings still there. Todak, one of their players is down, but they should be able to get them back on their feet. Bose is not stopping. Bose is out with their guns, and as I say that, Todak is now eliminated out of the server, leaving only 3 teams alive. Team Flash not stopping at all. Look at that. Vin and Tops already so close, and Bose with the really passive position, trying to keep his team alive for the survival. Such a good strategy being played by these guys. This is exactly what I meant when I said that these guys are the positioning masters. The way that they position and the way that they play it around teams is just a really nice way, and it's really amazing.
This is turning out to be a great game for the side of Flash, and they're gonna be happy about it. They can smell it. I'm pretty sure we all can as well. Now the question is, who gets the chicken dinner here? Is it gonna be Viking or Messi, or could it even be Flash? But there's only gonna be one more player standing for them. Is it Tops? Because if it's Tops, then I might get my hopes high. And it's actually Zeus, but he takes down the player on the side of Messi. Wait a second, now it's all down to him. 1v2 against players on the side of Vikings. They already get so many points in 9 eliminations plus 6 points guaranteed. This is looking like Flash might just come out on top of the championship here. But now, Vikings in a 1v2, he gets one. Zeus just like that casually takes down one player. He's in the open as well. Break. He will be unable to save his Superman.
Really strong.
1v1, both the grenades being cooked.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Being cooked.
Oh my
There
god.
you have it. It's gonna be a battle of the nades for now. Can be anything. Anyone's nade could hit, and there you have it. Vikings nade is gonna be hitting. Viking taking the chicken dinner. But as you said, a Team Flash, the amount of work that they were able to do for themselves, the amount of eliminations that they were able to get for themselves, and the already existing points that they had, and the current 6 point for the number 2 spot. I might just say that this might have gone to Team Flash, but hey, we don't know yet. We don't know yet, because of course we are not mad geniuses. We all saw all these teams, doing a lot of work. 10-9 even. A lot of those teams already had a lot of points, so we're only gonna have to wait now. We're only gonna have to wait to see which
I can't wait for this. I can't wait to see who's gonna be the champion of the Chapter 1. Do we? Okay, not yet. We're gonna be waiting
not yet. Come
for
on,
it as we
hold your
get to
horses,
see the Vikings. I mean, come on, I can't anymore. I've been trying to speculate and try to predict for as long as possible. But yeah, Vikings. Chicken dinner once again. Credit where credit's due. They played brilliantly throughout the tournament. Of course, 2 eliminations for break. Superman with 4. He tried to go for that pretty early kill at the end, but it didn't happen. Wound with 1. Tranks this time around with nothing. Absolutely, I believe he did disconnect. Did he? Because he says he's on 0 damage though. He usually never ends with 0 damage. But maybe he's disconnected. Maybe he was just unfortunate that he got taken pretty early into the game. But as we talk about the MVP, it's going to be Lewis. And come on, yeah, it had to be him. That 1v3 was just too good. It was brilliant to watch. 5 eliminations, 948 damage, 4 knocks, 184 heal, no assist. He made sure that he was the one man standing, and he took down everyone that he was knocking in 19 minutes and 52 seconds of pure dominance coming in from Lewis 777.
I mean, yeah, absolutely phenomenal coming in from this guy. The way he was able to, play around those 3 players and, getting all for themselves, almost hitting a 1k point in damage in total. Yeah, just really nicely played. And as we slowly move on to the top 5 players of the map, we are going to be having, of course, Lewis in the top spot, Zeus from Team Flash. We saw this guy go all out at the end. I mean, combined with his teammates, the way that they were playing, both supporting from really far away, and these guys just rushing everyone that they saw. 564 damage coming in from Zeus. Superman, of course, the chicken dinner winner, is going to be at 786 damage. Firen is going to be at 701 damage from Sem9. 4 eliminations to be seen. Delta from Tribe Ermacy, 555, a really cool number. And also a good number, a good amount of damage to be seen from this guy. 4 eliminations, not really insane stats, but really like consistent numbers coming in from all these players from different teams. All of the players are from different 5 teams, right? So yeah, you can really see that all these teams just really went at it, had a blast. And yeah, teams to watch. 10 eliminations. For Team Flash, of course, that's going to be giving them 10 points. So 16 points to take away from this game for these guys. Alter Ego, 6 eliminations. Viking, 7 eliminations, along with the Chicken Dinner. They're going to be taking away more points than Team Flash in this map, at least. Arena are going to be walking away with 7 as well, although getting knocked out kind of early on. I mean, not really early. They were able to make it to the top 10. I think they were in the top 5 or something. I mean, they did go out pretty late, but still didn't last too long. Because the rest of the teams were just, really having a go at it. They were not passive at all. Arena were taking a passive approach, but not true for the rest of them. Match summary, 6k damage done, 9 grenade eliminations, really just more than what we usually see. Total eliminations, of course, is going to be 70, and the longest kill is going to be coming in at 367 meters by Bose. And this is probably not even the single longest elimination that he was able to get. He was constantly spraying down everyone from a really far away distance. I mean, it was just him and his 4x scope and his M4. And he was just, with the prone and just dealing so much damage to so many teams from far away, while the rest of his teammates, just went around and finished up the kills, just finished up the job. So yeah, good stuff to be seen from Bose here as well.
Great thing, but this is what we've been waiting for. Match standings, I mean, gives us an understanding of what are going to be the final changes. Vikings, 7 eliminations with the chicken dinner, brings the total up to 17, but look at that. Team Flash, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they didn't really care. They got 16 regardless. But now we will have to see and check if those 4 extra points could have been the difference between them and number 1 spot, or number 2 or number 3. Tribe Ermacy with 10, the Arena with 8, Torak, RIQ, Vampire with 7, 6 points for Alter Ego. These area with only 5, 7, 9. Unfortunate 11-point difference between them and Flash this game. AZ Slumber with 4, Talon, Hora with 3, Void with 2, along with 52 Esports. Team Secret, Exosphere and Face, unfortunately, were not able to accumulate any point whatsoever. But you know what time it is now, Holler. It is finally time to reveal the overall rankings, the overall standings. It's been a suspense for a while, and now finally we get to see which team is going to be the one reigning supreme, and it is Team Flash. They are going to be your champions.
Had to be them. It had to be them. I mean, hey, phenomenal performance throughout. I mean, this is amazing. The way they were playing throughout. I mean, hey, sure. First day, second day, maybe. Not a lot of Team Flash to be seen, but wow, just amazing. The way that they played today, it really just had to be them. It really is going to be Team Flash for us. Asia Pro Wars is going to be taken by Team Flash. Amazingly done. I just really think it's just really, really deserved.
Oh, and look at the difference as well. Wait, we thought it was close, but it's not even close. That's 18 points, is it?
I think something of the sort. I mean, hey, I'm not good at quick math as always, but yeah, the difference definitely seems to be big, and Team Flash is just, taking the win by leaps and bounds here. 129 eliminations in total. That is more than any. I mean, that is almost 30 more eliminations, more than anyone. RQ is only at the second, I believe, with 102 eliminations on their name, and the rest of the teams, M9, Todak, are just at 90. So the difference is bound to be huge. These guys are just, I mean, the way that they were playing, just surviving until the very end, also getting those eliminations. Yeah, not everyone can do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they've shown us what consistency can do. With only 1 chicken dinner, they managed to get the number 1 spot, take away the championship. Unfortunate for these teams. I mean, they will not be getting any, anything out of that prize pool. But still, 2 chicken dinners for Vikings, 1 for AZ Slumber. Exosphere also managed to get 1. But I'm just happy to see everyone getting above 50 total points there. For a second, it looked like maybe some of these teams might struggle, and by some of the teams, I mean 52 Esports, Asia Slumber, even FaZe, as a matter of fact, looked like they will have a really tough time. But look at the positions, look at the point difference between top of the table and the 11th position. I mean, they all cross 100. I mean, decisive just touching that 100. They're probably going to be happy about it. But look at that. They're the only team with a single-digit place points. Like 95 eliminations, you expect them to be somewhere in the top. But with only 5 placement points, that tells you how much they were struggling with trying to just survive throughout the grand finals. Like 18 matches and all you could accumulate were 5 placement points? Come on.
I mean, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, now we have the overall MVPs for the entire tournament. And it is obviously, first of all, it's going to be Lepar from RQ. Kind of a surprising position, actually, because Lepar, maybe he wasn't really showing up throughout, but I believe it's from the past 2 days where he was actually really shining, right? And with the total of 7k damage, I mean, we are seeing like almost 3 players hitting 7k damage, and the best part is that overall MVPs, we have 3 players coming in from just Team Flash. It just kind of shows how all 3 players from Team Flash were doing so much for their team. And then we, of course, have one from Talon. It's going to be Yoru Johan. And this guy has been really proactive throughout the entire tournament. And I think it's really deserved that his name is on this list. Surely there were other players who were really good as well, honestly. We all saw a lot of heroic plays come through from a lot of players. But yeah, these are going to be the MVPs. The head-to-head player is going to be Lepar up against Win from Team Flash. Pretty much the same damage coming in from both. Average survival time is a little less, 2 minutes less than Lepar. Headshots pretty much the same, and throwables are a lot more by Win. So yeah, interesting stats to be seen here. Good stuff from all of these players. Team Flash just really amazing. Team Flash just throwing away the competition entirely, right? Just completely obliterating the other teams and just taking the win by such leaps and bounds. Amazing to see, honestly.
Definitely. I mean, they were just, leagues ahead of any other team. At one point, M9 were, in the number 1 spot, but then once Flash, they got their footing back into the game. There was just no stopping them because 18-point difference at the end, come on. After those intense matches at the end and M9 getting a chicken dinner as well after Flash, kind of not had a great game, you expected M9 to be very close, if not, take that number 1 spot. But you got to feel for Todak as well. Unfortunate performance coming in from them for, I believe, today, because the last 2 days, they were also in contention for the number 1 spot. But today, it just didn't happen. I mean, yes, one game they did get that chicken dinner, but apart from that, nothing really went in their favor. So, yeah, I believe that pretty much wraps up the Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1. We will obviously be looking forward to Chapter 2. But, yeah, before we say our goodbyes, any final words about the entirety of the tournament?
Honestly, just amazing. I mean, the way that we went through playoffs and we saw, some of the teams really rise up to the top and show us amazing performances, and then we get to see an entirely different picture in the finals. Not at all what we were expecting. And, we weren't really seeing these names. We weren't really seeing SEM9, teams like RQ, and teams like even Team Flash, honestly, the one that won the tournament, the one that turned out to be the champion, they weren't really even showing up all that much in the playoffs. So yeah, just a really nice and amazing shift coming through from these guys, and honestly, it was really a journey. And I'm really happy to have done it with you. It was amazing, and I'm pretty sure it was a treat for everyone who was watching, because we really just witnessed all kinds of PUBG happening, really. That's the best way I can put it. But I think, yeah, this is what it has come down to. Team Flash has taken it, and I'm really glad about it, honestly, because the way it all just went, and the other teams as well, SEM9, ending up in the second spot, sorry, and Todak also still holding on to their position at third. I believe these teams are glad about what they were able to accomplish too. Maybe a little bummed out, of course, because they were on the top for so long and weren't really able to end up on the top. But of course, when you have such a formidable opponent against you who are just playing so well, I don't think you can complain for that long. At the end, all you really have to say is GG's and move on, because yeah, it was really a good game and it was really a good experience. So I think this is where we wrap up the show. This was me, Hauler, accompanied by Edge. We were your hosts, and this is where we will be signing off. Thank you for joining, and I think we'll be back very soon with more tournaments and the next upcoming chapters of Asia Pro Wars.
Invincible.
Here we go.
Invincible. Invincible.
Here we go.
Invincible. Invincible. Invincible.
Here we go.
Invincible. go.
Invincible.
invincible.
go.
Invincible. possible. invincible. Invincible. possible. go.